least you got to watch him in person when he was here.
I named my only son after him.
So you'll always remember his name.
Yeah, but what do I do with this jersey?
Luckily, the company has a great return policy.
I wore it for 6 seasons.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis, and you are listening to The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne. Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt is taking your calls at 314-974-0101. You're welcome to text in at 314-399-9646. And, of course, the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat at youtube.com/TMASTL. And, Doug, it's your moment of truth. What's the lead? Go.
Oh, I think it's tied for first, but since you got to lead with something, I guess it would be the Cardinals' opening day success.
Unbelievable. Jackson, do you agree with that?
I said it the other day that I side with Doug, the Tex Winter of local sports.
The Tex Winter, triangle offense.
Yeah, a real revolutionary when it comes to the medium.
Oh,
so
it's not so revolutionary to say the Cardinals are probably the biggest story in town.
And humility is another reason why you're Tex Winter.
Folksy.
Folksy, yeah, you let Phil Jackson take all the credit.
Okay.
Kind of had long silver hair, kind of.
Yeah, Silver Fox. So, yeah, I'm with Doug. Redbirds.
I disagree. I think because of the timing, because it was late at night, people were hammered from the Cardinal game, went to bed, don't even realize that your St. Louis Blues did it again. We're calling it the Music City Miracle, Tim. Even
That was the Music City Miracle last night. A regular season hockey game between an also-ran and the 8th place team in the Western Conference. Doug, that was the Music City Miracle, and now you will apologize for choosing the wrong lead.
I won't apologize. It was a nice W for our boys. Doggone it, they kept fighting. But nonetheless, opening day with 47,000, and Arenado hits a home run, and everything goes so well with the Redbirds. There'll be another day for the Blues to be the lead. There'll be many more here in the next few weeks.
Sound too excited about it. Yeah, that's fine.
Jackson made a case for Texas Tech to be the lead.
It was a great game. I did stay up for the whole thing.
Did you really?
Did Duke?
I didn't want to, but
Did the Duke game start after 9 Central Time?
like right around 9
Central Time, right?
Yes. Yes.
Were
And
they
it was
playing out east? I believe they were.
I think so.
They are not happy.
What's the beef?
What's the beef? Text in your beef.
No chance you were making the Cardinals a headline, because why not? Blind obedience, Doug. You were taking your orders from Bill DeWitt. That is from the 314.
Blindly, too, I might add.
Tim, did you see when Mo left yesterday? He slid Doug an envelope.
Is that how you get paid?
Well, it's a secondary source of income, sure. And it's much appreciated, too. Boy, these Redbirds are ready to soar.
Tra-la-la-la-la-la. The Cardinals are coming. Tra-la-tra-la.
This could be the best team they've ever assembled.
Did you watch Frank's show last night?
Well, no, I cashed the check.
Okay.
So I don't see anything slowing them down, not after that opener. No, I think this will be a glorious season. Wonderful campaign.
But one thing we have talked about, if this team is going to sell any tickets or have any fan base that's interested, isn't the key to have a good start? Like if they went out there and just, it's one game, it's the home opener. But if they just looked god-awful yesterday, everybody was, there we go, knew it. It doesn't change anything. You look god-awful Saturday, Sunday, but I do think it gives people that were kind of wondering just a slight hint of hope.
It went about as well as it could have gone. Sonny Gray was very good. Helsley was lights out. Arenado with the home run. Newt, home run. Scott with a great catch to save 2 runs in right center field. Herrera had a couple of hits and a horrible throw to trying to get a run, trying to steal. Just about what you would expect. Yeah.
I know we don't have video of my 1992 campaign with the St. Louis University High School B team, and I realized that was a throw in the major leagues from catcher to second base, but if you ever want to try to get a visual of what my throws from second base to first base looked like while I battled Steve Sachs, Ricky Ankiel, Chuck Knobloch disease, that was the trajectory the ball would go on. Thank goodness for the backup infielder on that one, because that thing was sailing into right center. But alas, you know what I noticed yesterday? Youngry has taken off. It absolutely. Are you guys not aware of that? I felt like everybody would know that.
Saying, you mean,
it absolutely has. It absolutely has. It was mentioned throughout the broadcast. And I saw that it was popping up on social media as well. Victor Scott's mistaken word, Youngry, on this presentation has taken. God bless America.
My theory is that he's a little tired of it because every time he's talked, but I think you're right. I think it's growing in popularity. I want to get him on the show so we can kind of workshop a new song. Since he says he's got something, he'll get something for us. I mean, I told him Nolan Gorman had his eye back, and he was like, excuse me? I said, well, you got to know the song, man.
Yeah. That's as good a phrase as any here in the early going. Youngry, even though Sonny Gray was great, and he's about 35, and Arenado was good, and he's 34. But the younger guys, the youngsters, they contributed, certainly.
I'm kind of surprised the lead isn't Tim's health. KG, don't you think the lead is Tim okay?
Oh, no.
I had people tweeting at me, did you survive the dais collapse? I'm like, yeah, I did.
Yeah, you asked me this morning, right, when I saw you. How's my shoulder? I'm like,
I was
what are you talking? Because I have had a shoulder issue for the last few weeks. Probably got a cortisone injection coming. And the dais collapsing yesterday. Brought to you by Brown and Crouppen, my litigation. Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor of the program. Online at brownandcrouppen.com. Doug, what is that number? Do you know the number?
314-222-2222.
Well, there you go. That's it. That's all I'll be talking with Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor of the presentation, as the dais collapsed out from under me.
It was as violent a fall as I've ever seen anyone suffer, Tim.
And you can see it on our Instagram, correct? Yeah.
Rally Dais.
TMA _STL. Check it out.
And the fact that
Enjoy
you're
it.
still here, Mr. Gehrig, is a real testament to your toughness.
The Iron Horse.
Big
That's what
W.
Jennings Randolph Jr. called Rich Gould, the Iron Horse.
Big W for Apple, too, both your laptop and iPhone.
That would have actually been brutal.
See, that's what I was worried about.
That part would have been brutal.
When it went through, I was like, oh, did he just lose his laptop? Like, that would be a real...
That would
I
have
just
been.
wish it happened when it was Mo or Tony. Just to see them get up
In
and walk.
retrospect,
and
I should
get
have
up
had
and
them
walk
sit
out.
on the other side of the dais, probably.
You were kind of testing your luck.
But the side of the dais, too, was also
Loaded with food.
and close to flipping. Yes,
You were
and
called
loaded with
That
food.
Guy by John Mozeliak.
Yeah, that felt good.
Baldwin Beer Bitch, Doug, and she won the Listener of the Month. Was that
I don't know the
August?
years. I don't know the months, Tim.
Cease and Assist? Cease and Desist? Is it Cease and Desist? Or is it Cease and Assist?
I think it's duh.
That's what I thought. Cease and assist those FanDuel frauds for stealing Youngry from, quote, some podcast, end quote. That's from the Baldwin Beer Bitch. She's mad about FanDuel frauds and ceasing and assisting. Doug, I don't know what that means. Baldwin Beer Bitch does call in. Maybe she'd like to call in. Doug, what do you say? Call in.
Call in, bitch. I think the FanDuel fraud, she's talking about just the Cardinal announcers.
Chip and BT.
So she is down on Chip Carey.
Well, wouldn't that be who the FanDuel frauds are that she's talking about?
Oh, yeah, in
saying
my
that they
mind, I'm still thinking it's called Bailey's, but it is now FanDuel Sports.
Yeah.
She's saying they stole our bit.
I guess so. I
Well,
think
yeah.
Sketches and bits. Sketches and bits.
They brought it up
sketches and
multiple
bits.
times, and they just refused to name the podcast. They just kept calling it Some Podcast. Wouldn't
Did they
give
really
credit.
say something?
Absolutely.
we're not
Maybe
just
Chip doesn't know.
She is acknowledging it is desist. LOL. Sorry. You're welcome to call in, though, sister, anytime you would like. 314-974-0101. You're also welcome to text in, Friends of the Feather. You know, next week, Jackson will be updating the Air Comfort Service text line.
Yep.
Are you excited about that? That seems like you're over there and you're typing away when people want their names, because there's still plenty of 314s and 636. I'm looking at it now, and I would say 80% have names, but there's still 20% that don't. So you'll be a busy little beaver next week.
Yeah, but it's fun to have our friends become more familiar, you know, get to know each other a little bit
I bet
better.
you do like
friends,
that.
yeah.
It's
Names,
folksy.
I don't mind it.
first name basis, and people, really enjoy having a text name, and I'm happy to give it to them. But again, just because you request one doesn't mean you're automatically going to get one. If it's in bad taste, I'm not going to do it.
No.
Plumber just said losers.
Oh.
Who?
I don't know.
Not the Redbirds, not the Blue Note, not the Red Raiders.
Hey, we'll wear it if it helps. Happy to wear it.
Yesterday's show was an adventure. Sorry to the man lady in front of me who saw my nipple bars after the nude homer. I went home with a beer man yesterday. What a night. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
She went home with a beer man?
Yeah, one of the beer vendors. That had to be alarming for her husband, who is trapped in their pool house.
Yeah.
And has been described, unfortunately, as button-weaned.
Probably none the wiser.
Jackson, what audio do we have here from yesterday's festivities?
We got a couple home run calls.
Martin had the exact same reaction.
There's nothing I could have said there that wouldn't have been met with a glorious laughter.
Martin actually was saying before the show that Arenado's scrum audio was really good. I haven't seen that. I saw him on MLB Network.
Yeah.
Did you put on the headset, like on the field?
Yeah, I was
Okay.
doing an interview on the field.
Yeah.
And
So
it was
that-
really
but
good.
then-
And it was late, too. Bunch of people on the field behind him, including delightful gentleman Luke Baker out there with his young
wonderful
child.
gentleman.
Yeah.
So why don't you play the sound of the Arenado home run, and then right on top of that, the sound bite.
Ooh.
But the
Right after.
Okay, you can explain. So some of this is not Jackson's fault.
I would, yeah. Martin sent me some audio of this Arenado scrum. Sometimes Martin sends me audio on what I can only describe as like an NSA floppy disk, where I need a certain
floppy, bro,
like an encryption code, and I need to know all these different things.
My own
like,
personal password.
It's like a national treasure to try to find the audio, which, and I appreciate him sending it, but it's 4.5 minutes uncut right now, and I'm not going to play something that's 4.5 minutes.
I don't know. This show is not a scrum vehicle. Some shows that say National Football League and National Hockey League might like a good scrum, Doug, where you can go get a coffee.
Oh, yeah.
I would argue maybe later in the show, give him a taste, give him a small taste, Jackson. Later, it might be worth listening to the scrum. But I do have to give you a little background. At the end of the game, and I was high up in the stadium, and Mike Claiborne is going to do star of the game. And he has Arenado, the Cat has Lars Nootbaar. But the Claibs interview goes out on the Jumbotron. So the stadium that's still there kind of hears, hey, star of the game. But I looked down, and there was kind of like a delay, and I saw Claibs. I just saw the aftermath. They kind of jumped back. And then the Cat told me, he said, did you see that fan run on the field with an Arenado jersey?
No way.
And they tackled the guy right at Arenado's footsteps.
Released a Hoosier?
So part of the scrum, as he was, I would say, as emotional as I've heard Arenado. And very heartfelt. Maybe that's a better word. Very heartfelt about what the ovation pregame and then the curtain call, what both meant to him. He even said meant to my family. Very heartfelt. But then at the end, I felt the need to clarify what the hell happened. And I said, was that a fan at your feet? He goes, oh, yeah. Oh, boy, they smoked him. And then he said, he goes, yeah, it was crazy, but it's all good. He goes, well, it's probably not good. He's probably going to jail. He caught himself, which led to a monster media chuckle when he said, but he's probably going to jail.
Jackson just gave a thumbs up. Jackson, what does that thumbs up mean? So many different choices here.
So I have what Martin's talking about. I was listening while he was talking to the audio. So I believe I have exactly what you were just talking about.
Okay.
Go ahead and hit the lever, please, Pale.
Was there a little post-game excitement there? Did the security team, was he wearing a jersey?
Yeah, I mean, he was holding up his jersey when I hit the homer or when I gave the curtain call, and then, I don't know, he got laid out.
Hold on.
That's it.
That's it. Doug is really not happy with the edit points on
How I
this
think
show.
I'm doing.
He ended up on the field, right?
Yeah. He was on the dirt for sure. He got laid out bad. So,
He was a little excited.
Yeah, it's all good. He was going to jail, so it's not all good. But yeah,
Good media chuckle. Good media chuckle.
You will hear that media chuckle for years to come.
Jackie, clip and save.
Always.
I actually saw who he's referencing because I thought it was a little odd. Our favorite visual from last year, Martin, I know you weren't a part of the program at the time, but was in June when Paul Skeens was he no-hitting or perfect gaming the Cardinals?
Yeah, I think he had like no runs through 6 in the third.
And there's a Cardinal fan as he exit the game and he gets a standing ovation, which of course had nothing to do with being self-indulgent. And there was a fan tipping his cap aggressively to Paul Skeens. And yesterday, after Arenado's home run, the gentleman in the front row right behind the dugout was like, as Arenado came into the dugout, was holding up the jersey and like showing, I don't know what that was supposed to mean. I'm a little surprised, candidly, that the guy who was sitting in the front row of the Cardinals seats right behind the dugout would be the one to run out onto the field.
Yeah, apparently he got really excited, ended up on the field. All I saw was Claibs kind of jump back, and I missed the whole exchange. And then a lot of people said to me, well, what happened? I said, I have loose knowledge, but Arenado more or less confirmed that there was an incident, and then a man was laid out.
My question is, if he was sitting behind home plate with the netting that they have nowadays, he would have had to make a real effort to get all the way around up towards the outfield to be able to access the field. Unless I don't think you can't like slip through anywhere in those nets, can you?
Well, unless you brought scissors, yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
Alan Dadeville. Okay, so Arenado comes out for the curtain call. Alan Dadeville has sent in a screenshot of when he comes out for the curtain call. He does the Hulk Hogan with the hand to the ear, Doug.
Oh, really?
Which I enjoyed. And then there is a gentleman standing right behind him, Doug, denim-clad with a gray T-shirt. And he is holding up, here you can take a gander here on the program.
Yeah, I'm looking at the picture.
Okay.
I see it.
Holding up the jersey to Arenado, and that is the gentleman who ran out on the field per Arenado's post-game comments.
It's a rough opener for him. I don't know what the rules are about getting back into the stadium in that kind of a seat if you've run onto the field once before. I could see where you'd be banned for a while.
Well, you saw it happen in New York. Those guys were in the front row, albeit down the right field line, and they won't be welcomed back.
No, they take that seriously for player safety, obviously. That's a major no-no. I think you spend a night in jail if you run on the field.
All right, anything for this show. I'm going to text Holiday a picture of the picture and say, please ask Arenado if this is the guy.
Oh,
so we can get to the bottom of this. I think he would do it. I was in the hallway yesterday waiting. They brought the Red Jackets out, the LaRussas, the Tories, the Aussies, so you had to wait in the hallway. They would bring them out. And I had said at one point, they said, who do you want to talk to? And at one point I said, Holiday, why not? TV, talk about the kids, talk about being back. It took kind of a long time, and I was good. I said, we're good. So I started walking away, and then he comes out with the cat, and he said, Martin, you don't need me? And I said, we're good. We're good. No, he doesn't care. He's probably relieved. Less TV, better. And he's walking. He goes, hey, Jim, Martin's got a real show. He's on a real signal now. And I said, wow. So he's kind of promoting us, but also mocking us at the same time. So I think he might be on board with this little project. The fan is prominent. That's a great shot by Al in Dadeville.
Al in Dadeville, well done.
That's fine. To stand above the dugout and wave a jersey, I think that's just an excited fan. That's fine. But why he felt the need to run onto the field after the game?
Well, you really want to just have your own post? You ever want to have your own personal post-game done?
Not really, no.
Okay.
I don't know what he thought he was going to accomplish by that. Well,
all part of the fun, Doug.
Are you guys going to do a recap and breakdown of your predictions on who got the loudest cheers from yesterday? I absolutely have my opinions. Now, I saw it on the telecast, and so I wasn't in person. The plan was to go to the game, and then we had to call an audible. But I'm curious what you guys, Martin, you were in the building for the ovations.
Yes.
All right. Bill DeWitt Jr., the chairman, and Bill DeWitt III booed clearly. You would agree?
Booed clearly, yes. Not overly loud, but clearly there were boos. Absolutely.
You knew, but you weren't certain it was going to happen, so you didn't say it on the air yesterday, but you had been tipped off that there was going to be a John Mozeliak tribute video. I would describe that idea as tone deaf. However, if it were choreographed as a way to try to lower the boos during his introduction, I understand it. I'm not sure what the motive was. If it was, we're really going to celebrate this guy, I would tell you it's tone deaf. If it was choreographed in a way, I kind of tip my cap, because I think they started to play the music a little louder as you're nodding, Martin, as he was introed. He gets booed, but the music plays a role in drowning it out, and he is smiling as he's getting booed. Is that a fair assessment of what it sounded like at Busch Stadium?
Yeah, so I heard there was going to be a video, but that he didn't know, so I didn't want to say anything on the show. And it was mostly about the success of the franchise over the last 20 years with shots of Mo interspersed. It ends with David Freese homering, fireworks over Busch. How could you not cheer?
That's right.
And then they said, ladies and gentlemen, John Mozeliak. And he comes out of the dugout, and the boos were loud, notable, and he kind of smirked. He said pregame, and he joked with us. What's the first thing he said? Hey, you're getting rid of me. You should be happy.
Should be happy.
He told the scribes the same thing. Yeah, why are they booing? I'm leaving. You should be happy. So that was sort of his line of the day, but it was extremely notable. And they did have some music, kind of like music, like a movie action, like just ready to go, some symphonic. Dun, 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 dun.
Turned it up.
And you could just feel them. It's a reverse Mookie. They were putting it up, and they were just getting it a little louder. It was awkward, but expected.
Loudest positive ovation. I've got two as far as former Cardinals go, and I'm not sure on current Cardinals, so I'm curious. My two on former Cardinals, Ozzie Smith.
And did we not say him? I was thinking yesterday, are we a bunch of boobs when we said
we are, but I don't know on that specific.
I think we might have forgotten to say him. He was the loudest.
And Edmonds got a huge ovation. I was wondering how that was going to go. Edmonds got a huge ovation. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Huge ovation. All the Red Jackets. LaRussa. It's weird because...
Yeah, LaRussa as well. That's right.
There's two things in the building. They put them on the Jumbotron when they first start the the parading around, the motorcade, and that gets an immediate reaction. And then by the time they get to home plate, then they do the official introduction. But when the skipper popped up on the Jumbotron, fresh off his TMA appearance, that got a huge ovation. But Ozzy, to me, overall was by far the loudest. And I was thinking, did we not mention him? God, we're terrible if we didn't.
Current player-wise, I couldn't tell.
Well, now Newt gets loud, but it's not a cheer because they're doing the Newt thing. It might have been Arenado, but it wasn't over the top.
Right. That's what I was thinking. But I agree it also wasn't over the top.
Like
it wasn't as loud as
Walker,
Ozzy or LaRusse or Edmonds.
Yes, I think Ozzy by far number one. Player-wise, I think that there's a real enthusiasm. They love Newt. They always have. So there's a loudness to him, but it's not.
I don't know if they love Newt so much as they love doing the Newt thing. Like, people don't love Matt Kuchar, but they like doing Cooch. You know what I mean?
But I think Newt's personality's kind of gotten out there, and then when he was in Japan, he got a lot more MLB play even. I think they do kind of like him. He's a likable guy. But I would probably go Arenado.
Doug, what do you think?
Yeah, I thought Arenado too.
So I think, and I could be off on this, which then takes us back to the Arenado post game. And Jackson, I'm going to be calling for that if we do have him talking about the
MLB
ovation.
Network or the ovation.
The ovation.
I have that.
Okay, God bless. I think he's on social media. I mean by that, I think he pays attention to it. But I understand that. I mean, he's still a young guy and he's 33, 34. And so he grew up with it. And I think he knew that Cardinal fans were pissed, and they were directing a lot of it toward him this offseason, which on social media they were, which I always kind of thought was a little weird. That's why I said, I don't know, a few weeks ago, I go, what's wrong with a guy wanting to win who's 33, 34 in baseball, and he feels like it's unlikely here. And so I think, Martin, he went into yesterday thinking he might get booed. And so therefore, I think it was a relief when he heard the cheers. As a matter of fact, he said on the MLB Network, and I'm not asking for that audio, I can just paraphrase it, that it was the most nervous he's been for a game in a long time. And I think that was in part because he was worried about getting booed. I really do, which is an understandable thing, if that's something that matters to you. And so to get the cheers, to hit the home run, to get the curtain call, I think that shot his enthusiasm up substantially, whereas certainly he's experienced that before, but this was a different set of circumstances.
Yeah, and he said post-game. Now, he may not have been telling the whole story, but he said post-game. He goes, well, I didn't know what to think. He said, I didn't think I was going to get booed, but I wasn't sure what was going to happen. But he said that pregame ovation pumped him up.
Yes.
It really pumped him up. And he said it meant a lot to me. And he said when he did the curtain call, he kind of pounded his heart and, held his hand up to the crowd.
Hulk Hogan.
He said, I just want to let him know that it really meant a lot to me. And listen, we know he'd prefer to be in Boston. His buddy Jared Carabas was on the show yesterday and said the fact that he's here is not the end of the world for St. Louis, but he would love to be a Red Sox, but he's here. He's going to give it his all. Somebody told me in Memphis the other night he was on the field at 1:15 for a 6:15 game. They looked out and they said, oh, my God, it's 5 hours before a game against Memphis.
He's on a mission.
Yeah.
Here's the audio.
Usually they don't do curtain calls if you hit one homer. But it was a big homer. But even walking out from intros when they're introducing the lineup, they got loud for me, and it meant a lot. I'm just happy they gave something to cheer about. But it was awesome. I was pumped up today.
Were you wondering about what that was going to look like and sound like today at all?
Well, I wasn't expecting boos or anything. I don't know what I was expecting, to be honest. I honestly wasn't expecting it to be that loud. So I think it kind of hit me a little bit. I was pretty pumped up about it.
Yeah, I think it meant something to him because he was uncertain going into it. So I think that moment, which many fans might have gone, well, of course he's not going to get booed. But when he exited the car, 2 cheers, you can tell his reaction. That meant something to him. Then he gets the home run and the curtain call. That meant something to him because I think he was aware that there was a lot of negativity directed toward him this offseason.
I don't really remember a Cardinal player being booed recently. Who was the last Cardinal player that ever really got booed? I mean, they booed Mozeliak and they booed the owners.
Like Izzy at the end when he was struggling to close games out. That's going way back.
When they take him out of a game if he got roughed up a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't think
but
of
it's
anybody.
been that long. Fans here don't boo the players.
And Mr. DeWitt got some boos, which I'm sure he's, 83, 84. He's like, well, that's not real nice. And I think Mo was fully, I don't know if DeWitt's prepared for it, whereas Mo is like, all right, here it comes. Here it comes. And if they said, we're going to do a video, he's like, oh, great. Like, he probably knew. And if you want to, and I think in one sense, the DeWitts are a little like defiant, like, we don't care what you think. This guy's done a lot of good, and we're not backing down. We're not giving into the mob, I think is a little bit of their mindset. Could you have done it the last weekend of the year? But what if you're in dead last? Then it's really going to be bad. Yeah. I think if you're meeting and saying, when do we pay proper tribute? If it's the middle of the season, we could be buried in last place. I think they felt that was the time to do it, even though the negativity towards Mo is at a fever pitch.
The video clearly was a way of saying, hey, don't forget what this guy's done over the years.
And I think it was also, in part, a way to mitigate the boos.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Which, by the way, I tip my cap. I think that's a smart move. By the way, this was something that I wanted to make sure I noted while we were talking about Arenado. That home run, his bat speed, this was something we talked a little bit about it at the end with Jared Carabas yesterday. And I would really recommend going back and podcasting that interview. Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the podcast here on TMA, because of the insight he has with his friendship with Arenado on what took place this offseason. And how he really was. I mean, I guess there were 7 teams in the mix at the end, and Bregman was going to go to the Tigers, and then the Red Sox upped the offer right at the end. But otherwise, Nolan Arenado is in Boston, not in St. Louis yesterday. But his bat speed in spring was up about 5 miles an hour, and yesterday's home run was a 75.5 mile per hour bat speed, and he only had 1 home run last year with a higher bat speed. Point being, if you wanted to buy some Arenado stock right now, it is certainly priced pretty low. This would be a good time to do it because the bat speed in spring was up, and then he hits the home run yesterday. Not necessarily in great hitting conditions either, and is able to get it out on a 75.5 mile an hour bat speed. So that's something to keep an eye on with a very small sample size of spring and opening day. But you know, if you got a guy out there in an exhibition game, Martin, in Memphis on Tuesday, something that most of those guys are probably like, oh, my God, we got to do that, especially a guy who is set for life and his kids and grandkids and great-grandkids are set for life, and he's out there at 115. We heard Jared talk about his competitive nature. We heard Holiday on the show talking about it earlier this week. He's a motivated guy, and whether he was motivated to show St. Louis fans, motivated to prove to baseball organizations who did not want him this offseason, that's a great thing for the Cardinals and Cardinal fans that you have that talent that motivated.
I think he felt the league kind of was down on him. Like, I think he thought there'd be a bigger market for him this offseason, and I think that's, if you're a highly competitive player who's had a lot of success, I think he is motivated by that for sure. Because I think he really thought, all right, they're going to shop me around. I'll end up with the Yankees, maybe the Red Sox. And when it didn't happen, I think that added to his motivation. But it is a weird scenario because we've got Mozeliak sitting there next to us yesterday saying, yeah, well, I thought it might be a little awkward when the two of them had to kind of sit in the room in Jupiter and say, well, you're still here. I mean, that's as weird as it gets. He calls it awkward, the president of baseball operations. And then you've got that same guy getting a big cheer and saying it meant a lot to him. Then he homers. As far as storylines, maybe Doug was right. Maybe that is the lead.
Well, Arenado's playing on a first-place ball club right now, gentlemen.
What are do you have a Vaughn index for baseball?
Right now, it's a flat line. It's a 0.
It's a 0?
Yeah, that's what you want in baseball.
It's a 0.
You want
to be a 0.
It's like golf. You want to be scratched.
It's a 0.
Go back and podcast via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. Schaefer Door is online at schaeferdoor.com, and they set up a number for TMA listeners to call or text and have direct, quick access should you have garage door issue at 636-782-3608. That's Jason Gasrow. They service all kinds of garage doors for both service and new installs. They also service commercial doors as well. Go to schaeferdoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door, CHI, overhead door dealer. Our Stiefel dossier today, Joey Vitale will be on the presentation per the dossier at 8:15, Doug. And then at 10 o'clock, Robert Thomas. And Martin, you like logistics. My guess is he's going to be calling in from Denver, Colorado. What do you think?
I was just thinking about that when I was looking at Holiday or Vitale. I was texting Holiday. Vitale, I'm turning into Edmonds. Hey, Landon just texted me. Vitale and Thomas, and then the Vitale time of 8:15 is 7:15 Rocky Mountain, and I'm thinking they traveled last night. But he's a early morning guy, isn't he? Up and at 'em.
Joey?
Goes to bed tonight before
Joey's
Blues
real
games
early.
start.
Yeah, Joey's real early.
Big Bob should be happy. Friend of the show.
Yeah, he's on a heater. Holloway's on a heater. He wants us to take our shirts off. That's great. That's something we support.
I'd be happy to oblige you.
And last night's win was certainly different than most of the wins during what is now an 8-game winning streak because they had to come from behind on that 2-0 deficit, and yet they were able to get it done. Lots of news and notes, not just with the Blues, but perhaps the most intriguing game took place with a college hockey team for Blues fans. We'll tell you why. Coming up, it's a beautiful day in St. Louis with the Cardinals winning and the Blues winning. And a guy getting tackled on the field wanting to get an autograph.
That's all St. Louis, right? That's a full-blown St. Louis day. Hoosier on the field getting tackled. Maybe not a Hoosier. I don't know. Sitting in pretty good seats.
We'll talk about that coming up on the other side of this break. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
I might be up all night
Doug. How do you do?
Well, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Blues fall behind 2-0 in the first period. And I was thinking to myself, I guess this was inevitable. There was going to be a game like this. You can't keep playing at the level they're playing. It's going to have one game, especially this one in Nashville, smack dab in the middle of the home game against Montreal, in which they played so well for 30 minutes, and the trip to Colorado, which I think really will be a great litmus test, a road game against a team that's been playing well themselves. So this was inevitable. And yet, once they got that goal in the second period and kept Nashville off the board, I was thinking to myself, this is a great time to live bet the Blues, because somehow, some way, they're going to win this thing. And sure enough, they get two quick, fast, and in a hurry in the third period. And right at the end of regulation, Marcia Show scores, but it does not count because he didn't get the puck past the line.
About 0.2 of a second
I think
late.
so. I think that's a nice assessment.
Yeah.
And the Blues get out of there. Importantly, from a tiebreaker standpoint, by the way, with a regulation win. That could be the tiebreaker with Calgary. Instead, the Blues get the regulation win. And here are your wild card standings as of March 28th, 2025, with the Blues having 8 games remaining. The Blues sit at 85 points, having played 74 games. Calgary loses last night, and so they sit at 79 points, 6 back. They have 3 games in hand on the Blues. It's Vancouver who is the team that is trailing the Blues and closer. They're at 80 points. They've played 72 games. Utah got skull-pounded last night.
Yeah, they may be done. They lost 8-0.
8-0. They're 10 points back at the Blues. I mean, and they only have 2 games in hand. Minnesota, meanwhile, from a standpoint of keeping an eye on the Wild, they win at home against Ovechkin, who kept his team on the ice last night to make sure they shook hands with Marc-Andre Fleury. Quite a gesture from Ovechkin as the Caps lose in Minnesota. So the Blues 2 back of Minnesota, and Minnesota has a game in hand on the Blues.
Yeah, that was a huge win for Minnesota, because Washington might be the best team in the league, and Minnesota beat them. Otherwise, the Blues would have been even with Minnesota for that third spot. It sure felt like a loss all night last night in Nashville to me. This was as poorly, I think, as the Blues have played in a while. They had 10 shots on goal through the first 2 periods. They just didn't really have it. But I guess that's when you know you're going good, is even on the nights when you don't have your best game, you still come out with a win somehow, and they did.
And I think that's 3 of the last 4 games that they really haven't played to the level that they've played of throughout, the stretch from the 4 nations. And yet they have won every one of them. And you don't go kind of like a Missouri basketball situation. We're going, this thing's really trending in a bad direction, because they played, as Jim Montgomery said, arguably their best 30 minutes of hockey on Tuesday night against a team that had been red hot since the 4 nations, the Montreal Canadiens. But last night, an uncharacteristic start to the game, and then they restored order in the second period. Nashville doesn't score the rest of the way, and the Blues continue the streak now at 8 games.
Hofer's MO seems to be he gives up early goals, then settles in. He scares you a little bit early, then he'll settle in. And I would think if you've won this many games in a row and you played at this high a level, I would think that you're just kind of, it's not that you're playing with house money in that game, but you're just kind of relaxed. Like it isn't like you're a point back going into that game. You have to win. I just think they're probably a little bit at ease, even though you're trailing 2-0. All right, you're down 2-1. I think they're probably a little bit relaxed, knowing that they've been able to pull out games, as opposed to early in the year when they were always down, always losing. You're probably just kind of carrying that weight into every game.
Take your shirt off.
No, Dylan Holloway.
How about him?
I was going to say Edmonton now has their Rose Arena. I don't know if that's strong enough. It might be more like an Alcantara or a Gallon, where 5 years down the road, you're still talking about it. Watching Holloway emerge as a star in St. Louis, and if you're an Oilers fan, you're going, what the hell happened?
Well, and in addition to that, McDavid and Draisaitl have been out, and the team's been falling around a little bit here, losing 2 in a row. The Blues only 2 point back of the defending Western Conference champions now. Edmonton's sitting at 87 points. Doug, you like a good money puck update?
Yeah, I don't mind those.
Your playoff odds, what do you think they are?
Blues are 98%.
You have been adamant for the last 2 weeks that they're 98%.
Yep.
Martin, what do you want to say they are?
I'm going to go the official metric.
Yes, the official metric.
I will say at this point, probably pushing 70 at this point?
73.1. Pretty nice. You're going to win a showcase showdown. And if you want to bet the Blues that they are going to make the playoffs, before the Nashville game, it was minus 130. Now you're going to pay a pretty penny, brother. What? Minus 200. You're paying
really?
2-1. Or 1-2 on your money. And so it is looking like that, according to the odds makers. Calgary is now plus 300 to make the playoffs, and Vancouver is plus 245 to make the playoffs. If you like Utah's chances after their 8-0 loss last night, put 100 down, and when they make the playoffs, you'll receive $1,100.
Okay. I don't like Nashville's chances either. They were officially eliminated last night with that loss to the Blues.
Wonder if we can bet it then.
We don't have to worry about them. Whew.
I've always worried about the games in hand, but all of a sudden Calgary's got the 3 extra games, so they'd have to win all 3 just to tie the Blues. So you're starting to put a little bit of distance there with Calgary. Vancouver's 7 behind Minnesota, so that's probably out for them. So I'm almost at the point where, not done with Calgary yet, but if you're a Blues fan, I think you feel pretty comfortable. Vancouver, you're not there yet. You got to keep winning.
Yes.
Colorado, we'll see. But again, I think they're going in playing stress-free at this point.
Colorado, next to the Blues, has been the hottest team over the last 10 games. They're on a 4-game winning streak and 8-1-1 in their last 10. So here you go. The Canadiens had been hot, but when they came into St. Louis, but they are now in the midst of a 4-game losing streak. The 2 losses before the loss to the Blues on Tuesday night were overtime losses, but they continue to now falter as they battle for an Eastern Conference wildcard spot. But over this stretch, if I'm not mistaken, the toughest game since 4 Nations on the road was Dallas, I think. And somebody might be able to point one out that I'm forgetting. Their loss outside of Dallas was at Pittsburgh, certainly not a great team. But this is going to be a great test. This is a team that they could very well see, and it's in their building. And we saw how they played against the Stars on the PK. That was a debacle a few Sundays ago, and it was also a back-to-back situation. But here's a great test. I mean, here's a team that is as hot, could be a team they see in the playoffs in their building. This should be a wonderful litmus test for the Blues.
Yeah, they've got 8 left to play and some tough ones in there. But I think at this point, if they take care of the teams that they should beat, Detroit, Pittsburgh, Seattle, Utah, if they go 4-4, that should probably get them in. I would think they're probably in if they go 4-4.
4 of 8 gets you 93 points, which is a pretty good season. If you go 5-3, you're sitting at 95 points, and that should get you in.
Here is what Jim Montgomery had to say, because one of the key moments in that game last night was switching up the lines to get things going, and it sure worked that way.
Really, it's just looking for a spark. I think we had 5 shots on net when I did it, and it was 27 minutes into the game. So just looking to put Tomer with different players and Shen with different players and see if it sparked, and both lines scored. So worked.
It's nice.
Sure did.
One of the things that's working is what's going on with Dylan Holloway. We talked about it, and Martin, you made the Arozarena comparison.
Is that strong enough?
I don't know. I mean, what if the Blues somehow played them in the Western Conference Finals?
This is almost Lou Brock for Ernie Broglio.
It's just something else, but I love the strategy of it. It was just kind of gangster. Here's what Dylan Holloway had to say following him continuing his 8-game point streak.
I mean, I think that's huge, to have a comeback win. And, it wasn't our best game by any means. We were kind of fighting it a bit early, but I think that to come back and win a game like that is huge for our team. I think that's how we grow, and it's definitely crucial to know that we could do that. But at the same time, we got to sharpen up because we got a big test in Colorado on Saturday.
And the audio was edited right before he said, "Take your shirt off." You didn't hear it right at the end, but he did.
He doesn't always say that, does he?
You got to do some show prep, man.
Okay.
Take your shirt off.
Right there.
Right there.
Why don't you ask Robert Thomas that, Doug? That'd be a great moment on the show.
Yeah.
Braden Sheen.
Now, the bigger story, I think, for a lot of Blues fans this morning is what's going to go on. Doug, do you call him Jimmy Snuggerud or do you call him Jimmy Snipes?
Snipes.
I really like
Sniper.
that. I have a feeling you like that, don't you? You like Jimmy Snipes.
I do. I like Jimmy Snipes.
The Minnesota Golden Gophers eliminated last night. And so it's decision time. What will Snipes do? Moment of truth for
Jimmy Snipes. This is a significant set of circumstances here. Fortunately, this is something that about a month ago I would have said, well, this is what we will be talking about with the Blues, and basically the only thing we'll be talking about with the Blues, and maybe Dalibor Dvorsky as well. But now it's a story that you have to be paying attention to, the situation in the Frozen Four, which is coming to St. Louis, and the Minnesota Golden Gophers, but they were eliminated last night, and so it's now decision time. And I was texting with former TMA member Kevin Lorenz, DBA, the non-ling, and he texted me this morning at 6:28, said, moment of truth for Snuggerud over the next few days. I said, what do you think he's going to do? He said, I think there's a spot waiting for him on the NHL club. If he doesn't sign now, the likelihood goes way, way down. And I asked him if he thought they would play him, because that's the thing that Rutherford wrote about earlier this week. Do you want to mess with what you have going on? JR said, I don't think you do.
No, I wouldn't.
You know, same thing. You saw Dvorsky step in, but that was out of the Sundqvist necessity with the injury. And he said, I think he'll get a game. Big part of Snug's leverage is burning the first year of his ELC, which will happen with the first game he plays. So that is the situation for the Blues and Jimmy Snuggerud, Doug. But this is something when he decided to go back to Minnesota, some Blues fans are like, oh boy, is this guy not going to wind up coming here? And now we're going to get our answer.
Yeah. Well, I certainly wouldn't mess with what they've got going on. I think that'd be crazy to do that at this point.
Well, there's that portion of the conversation,
Yeah.
but then there's the portion of the conversation on, is Snipes going to be a member of the Blues?
Yeah.
ELC,
maybe,
for the record, stands for entry-level contract.
Maybe you do the same thing they did with Dvorsky, give him a game here and there, just wet his beak a little bit. But I don't think you could look any of the current players in the eye and say, sorry, you're gonna be a healthy scratch so we can get this college kid up here in the game, because the team's not playing well enough. I don't think you can do that at all.
What do you think, Madden?
Last year, I was told that they talked to him and they were recruiting him hard to come on board, and they were offering him playing time, kind of not guaranteeing playing time, but said, listen, you're going to get here and you're going to be in the mix right away. They could afford to do that last year. I think he's coming here. I don't know the timing of it. I think it'd be great just to have a guy like that enter the mix. And if you're him, you've had 3 years now in college. I get it. You want to have that college experience. You're from that area. But I think at some point, like, all right, that's enough. I've had the college experience. I'm ready to go pro. I know you don't want to burn time, but, man, wouldn't it be a perfect scenario if he got some games in late when they were maybe kind of safely into the postseason?
That would be optimal.
Where you just kind of get them into the mix and say, hey, isn't this fun to be on this squad here? I mean, if you're watching from afar, your team just got bounced in the tournament. I mean, the Frozen Fours in St. Louis, I'm sure he thought the perfect scenario would be to play in that building for the Gophers, and then come out of that and say, all right, now I'm going to end up back in this building playing for the Blues. Well, he's done now. I would think it's enticing to go join a team like this.
Yeah, I don't doubt at all that he's going to want to come and be a part of it. I just wonder if the Blues will, at this point, are going to want to put him right in the lineup. Maybe
I think
sub out Texier, I guess you could.
Yeah, I think late in this run, hopefully you've got that luxury where you can kind of just sprinkle him in there.
Give your thoughts by texting in, calling in, or participating in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's only worth it if you enjoy it in Doug glorious conditions today. Now, the Hawk's going to be up. I want you to know that. You're going to have to, it's probably, you were saying you think it's a 2.5 club wind?
I didn't really pay attention.
And you're going to adjust your traj, keep that thing low, maybe a little British Open. I'd prefer you call it the Open.
I don't.
In order to take that wind out of play. But when you're out there, enjoy a Michelob Ultra, and maybe you'll adjust your club head speed properly and really experience success as you compress the ball. Divot after the ball, please. And that's Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrate, sponsor of the YouTube chat here on The Morning After. We are on 101 ESPN. Joey Vitale at 8:15, Robert Thomas at 10 o'clock. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming your way at 10:45 or 10:50. And Doug, Design, Air, and Seth Goldcamp make magic on this program.
Well, they sure do. They'll make magic in your home, because if your furnace or air conditioning goes down when it's either really hot or really cold, you're going to need a little bit of magic. And so what do? You call Seth. Call Seth Goldcamp, and either he or one of his technicians will get right out to you. They've done that for me a couple of different occasions. This is a fourth-generation St. Louis business. Been around a long time. Since 1904, they've been in St. Louis, serving more than 10,000 customers of this area. They're also the longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show. They are known for their honesty and going above and beyond the call of duty. You'd have to do that to be in business as long as they have been. They'll never try to upsell you. They'll only give you exactly what you need. That's how they train their employees. They don't want to sell you a whole new unit if you don't need it. They want to make sure that you are happy with the work that they do, and I'm quite sure you will be. Their website is easy to navigate with the convenience of online scheduling. For all of your heating and cooling needs, choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. You can find them online at designairservice.com.
There it is, and you are welcome to email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett is behind the board, operating the ones and twos. We have the drops of the week coming up on the Stiefel dossier. We have Joey Vitale coming up at 8:15 and Robert Thomas coming up at 10 o'clock. Chairman Kurt answering your calls. We've got people who are lined up. Chairman Steve in Wildwood, Doug, he wants to talk it over.
Okay.
Is that Pestis from Festus? No, he's, but you can call in 314-974-010 and we'll go to those phone lines coming up. Then we'll talk it over with Joey Vitale. We got the drops of the week all coming your way in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. This is the morning after, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Schnucks, the place to go for your groceries, but also the place to go and save money. Do it by signing up for the rewards program. You do it with the Schnucks Rewards app. Pretty cool. On that app, you can search for items. It'll tell you what aisle they're in. You can order groceries to be delivered, groceries for curbside, all of that on the app. You're getting points back every time you shop, and you get alerted when you have a double points day. Saving money while shopping for groceries. Pretty cool when you check out and they say, hey, you got $15 in your account. You want to use it? You got 20. Build them up till the end of the year. Save them all for your holiday shopping at the end of the year. All part of the great value at your neighborhood Schnucks. We've told you lately about all the items that have been marked down. Combine that with the rewards app and you're saving money at the store, but that app is so much more, whether it's delivery, curbside, sign up, get rewards, get rewarded every day at Schnucks.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues win last night. Make that 8 in a row for your Blue Note, defeating the Nashville Predators 3-2. Off today, back in action tomorrow as they take on the Colorado Avalanche. Pregame will start at 2:30 on that game. Puck drop at 3:30. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Oh.
Doug, how do you like this one?
Love it. I love it.
Chairman Kurt, this audio was sent in?
No, yesterday I was looking for the classic Tony La Russa Macarena song from back in the 90s. Could not find that on the internet anywhere, but I stumbled upon this album, and it's got some gems on there.
And the name of the artist?
The St. Louis Sports Band.
Martin, the St. Louis Sports Band. Ought to have him in for Sports Final.
That song was made in 2009, and I will say
still holds up today.
The St. Louis Sports Band has a whole album, and I just say we've just scratched the surface on this one.
Oh, wow.
A whole new world has opened up.
Oh, wow. Peebo Bryson.
I mean,
and they could replace Acoustic Sessions as the official band of TMA?
I wouldn't say replace, but more.
We can invite them to our bed?
Augment. That's
nice,
a good word.
Martin.
Really nice. Right here.
The Alliance is back.
I mean, titles such as Mike Jones, Ozzie Smith,
Mike Jones already did Mike Jones.
I know. Troy Glaus.
Wow. He got his own song.
All-time spring training guest.
Mark Bolger, exclamation point, parentheses, we don't miss Kurt.
Wow. That didn't age well.
No, I don't like that one.
Wow. You're going to hear them all here on the morning
St.
after.
Louis
Ryan
Sports
Ludwig.
That kind of is presumptuous to just say they're the St. Louis Sports Band, like they're in charge of all St. Louis sports musically.
No, maybe so. As good as that La Russa song.
Yeah, that was pretty.
Yeah,
It felt like it was a dueling piano bar down on the landing or something. Your turn.
We welcome you to get involved on this program. So many different ways to get involved. And on Fridays, Doug, you've always liked going to the phone lines, the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. That's how you can call in. Joey Vitale is going to be on those phone lines coming up in 15 minutes here in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Robert Thomas at 10 o'clock, and then we'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming your way at 10:45. Drops of the week also will be on the Stiefel dossier, but the Shrewsbury Seminary student wants to lead things off on Friday.
Right,
good morning, Shrewsbury Seminary student. You're on 101 ESPN.
Am I on? You guys got...
Yes, you're on. Yes, go ahead. Yes.
Hey.
Hello.
Good morning, boys. Hey, I was listening to, I was on the TMA Facebook, or 101 ESPN Facebook.
Okay.
When you guys first started on 101. And, man, everybody, like the 101 listeners, seemed so mad at you guys. Mm-hmm. And then now I was looking at the TMA fan page, and, like, the old TMA listeners are also so mad at you guys. Mm-hmm. It just seems like everybody's mad at you guys.
Yeah.
Facebook Go ahead and talk about that for a minute.
Chuckles going after Facebook.
Shrewsbury.
What was that about?
Wait, what's the Shrub Seminary? And what is he?
No, we do have a Shrewsbury shrub, I think.
And there's a seat sniffer,
and there's
too.
a butter squirrel.
Yeah, I'm the real Shrewsy, though, as they all know.
Okay, so you know all these guys?
No, I don't know them. I don't know them from Adam. But I do know Caller Adam.
The Caller Adam.
Do you know the River to Pear yacht captain?
No, I don't come to any of the things. I should come. When's like the next thing? The hot shot stuff?
Well, we had a big get-together at the Shark Bar yesterday, which Mazalek noted there was nobody there. And I said, well, that's how we wanted it. We were sort of off to the side. My question to you, Shrewsbury guy, what do you make of this?
What do I make of what? Oh, the you're being mad at you guys?
No, yeah, you've done a little bit of data for us, and I'm saying, what do you make of that?
I just don't understand. When I tune in, as rarely as I do these days, you're either talking about like the feet or the blues or something, right? Do you still talk about feet or no, not really?
Feet? No, blues. That hadn't been on the radar for a while. We get back to it, I suppose.
I'll check the dossier.
I want Jackson to have. I want Jackson to have a sponsored NBA segment. That's all I want, and I want to get into that.
Wow. No, but you can put your money where your mouth is there, and you know.
Yeah, maybe the Shrewsbury Seminary can sponsor Jackson's NBA Minute.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm trying to renovate my basement right now, so.
Sponsored by the Cloth.
Wow. Friend of the show, Brian Bartow, in the clubhouse last night. He's the Cardinals PR director, been there many years.
Sure.
And we're talking about the game, and I said, but the lead tomorrow, Brian, of course, will be the NBA. He goes, yeah, tell Jackson I need a Cade Cunningham update.
Oh, for heaven's
So there's a
sakes.
specific request, Jackie.
Cade's playing great. Jackson, you have him in like your top 15 or top 10 right now.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Right on the outside. He's playing outstanding.
Okay.
He's incredible, man. They're a real team. They're like the 6th seed right now, I think.
Doug, beware the Pistons this year.
Okay.
Kind of bad boy Pistons. They got a guy named Isaiah Stewart who always gets in fights, so they call him Beef
He
Stew.
does.
Oh, I like
Yeah,
that.
it's like him on the Celtics. Hey, real quick, have you guys heard from Joshua in a while?
No.
That was
I
a
don't
musical
think so.
artist prominent on this program, performed at some of our events. Was that with Jaquan, Doug? They did
don't know who it was
Tipsy.
with.
Yeah, and then Shabuzi covered it last year. It was wonderful. But no, I have not heard from Joshua. Have you, Shrewsbury Seminary student?
No, I just remember how that was like the best part of the show was the Joshua beat. But hey,
I'm supporting Josh. Out of town supporting Josh. Y'all guys here support too.
Told your asses, baby. Hey, real quick.
You said real quick a couple of times, I know. You said real quick a couple of times.
I was on Instagram the other day, and you guys were talking about the crumble, what was it called, a stall? And then Jackson said, like, is that like the Tushy Booth? I just want you guys to remember, that's me. So give me credit when the Tushy Booth gets mentioned.
Martin,
That
give
was
the
my
Shrewsbury
drop
Seminary
from
student
August of
credit.
2018.
2018 PGA Championship.
Tushy Booth. You know it, Timmy.
You set up a Tushy booth at Belle Reve, and that was off of 11, and that was the drivable par 4, Doug, and there was a little Tushy booth right there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think Justin Thomas hit a ball over there. Memory serves.
Okay, Doug, I'll see you around the gym. Hey, I got a call coming in. I got to go.
Okay, sorry to bother you.
He's got to go. No, we got to go. We got Joey Vitale and Bob Thomas. And an Arenado scrum that I only talk about but we don't play. But we got to go. He doesn't have to go.
NBA can suck it.
Hey.
UFC talk is what we need on this show. That's from the 423. The 423, Doug.
Where's that?
I don't know where that is.
Probably wearing a tap-out shirt when he sent that.
Oh, right. You couldn't help but look down on the middle class right there with that comment.
Eastern Tennessee.
Down. Eastern Tennessee.
Johnson City.
Hey,
and
Cardinal
you think that you hate Knoxville. We know that.
Yeah, not a fan. Not a fan. Although
UFC, are you a fan of that?
UFC?
Yeah.
It's on too late. They're like, all right, main card, 1 a.m. Like, I'm not staying up to watch that. Bleed everywhere.
Well, you don't have to bleed.
I don't want to bleed. Yeah, it's too late. And then what, am I going to pay $70 to watch? No, come on.
Oh, God, no.
Guys, Shrewsy is on the Mount Rushmore of TMA callers. That's from John Fozelak.
Yeah,
Tim
he's
has
up there.
to pull out his affliction tee. That's from the 314. I never owned an affliction tee. Doug, you were a big Ed Hardy guy, though.
I was. Yeah,
skin tight.
I got into biking,
bedazzled.
Mm-hmm.
So, is Affliction similar to Ed Hardy? Is that like the same, or is it? It wasn't a band, was it?
Martin,
don't know.
I'm crowdsourcing.
You could have been doing that for the last 17 years.
Yeah, Jackson, I would say they're cousins in the apparel.
To Ed Hardy.
Is that right?
Okay, I'm looking at a picture. A lot of skulls.
Yeah.
Skulls.
A lot of big designs.
Mm-hmm. The main card for UFC usually starts at 9 p.m., you old man. That's from the 636.
That's when the main card starts then, but then you have like 4 fights, and then it's the main event, and sometimes it's not till midnight or so. And again, I'm not paying for the pay-per-view.
No, I'm not either.
Combat sports, I like boxing movies. Does that count?
Movies, yeah.
Counts.
But I'm not going to. I've watched UFC fights before.
Boxing. Here's my hot take.
Oh, you actually have?
I'll put the mittens on. It's the absolute worst sport, I think, in the world. Boxing.
Wow.
When the goal is to inflict brain damage on another human being, that makes it a lousy sport.
I like how you're strapping up the mitts.
That take is
Ironically, he looks like he's ready to scrap.
Yeah, right.
You did
Much
put on
of it
some
is-
mittens. If you're watching on YouTube, you can see Doug in them.
A lot of it has been fixed in the past. Guys are dying young because of all the head trauma they take. It's the worst sport in the world.
Well, Doug, it's not about them. It's about our entertainment.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Well, Doug is wearing the Hot Take mittens,
Okay,
and
I'll
those are
keep 'em
brought
on
to you
for a
by
while.
the EDF Group. Did you know fire codes require your company's fire alarm system to be inspected and maintained by a certified fire alarm service provider? It's not just about compliance, it's about protecting your employees, customers, and property. That's where EDF Group's Fire and Security Division comes in, proudly serving St. Louis and beyond. EDF Fire and Security specialize in keeping businesses safe and secure. From the expert fire alarm inspections to advanced commercial security systems, they've got you covered. And it doesn't stop there. With 24/7 fire alarm and security monitoring, you'll have peace of mind knowing your business is protected every hour of the day. Don't wait until it's too late. Call EDF Group's Fire and Security Division today and let them help you stay compliant, secure, and safe. Visit theedfgroup.com or call 314-993-8053 to learn more. EDF Group, your partner in fire safety and security. I've had people texting in today asking for an update on Bachelor Baseball. He joined us at 10:45 yesterday. I do not know if he wound up finding a very special lady to give that wonderful Cardinal opening day ticket to.
Things got a little clunky at the end of the show because we went from Mazalok to LaRussa, and then they said there's a guy at the door, and we're like, we're not taking visitors at this time. They said, no, it's Bachelor Baseball. We said, oh, that's right. He stopped by. I don't think the process was real clean on our part of how we could assist. So he was just going to walk around and pick out a candidate.
Yeah. That's the thing about love is that,
Amen.
you know, sometimes you got to look in places you never thought you'd have to look. And that might start on a radio presentation, but it might not end there.
So we don't really know.
But a Cardinal game is a good spot with thousands of people walking around in a good mood, drinking a little
Couldn't
beer.
agree more. I just don't know how we could have helped him any more than we tried.
No, I know.
We tried. We put
Yes,
put the bat signal out there for a bunch of women.
Let me tell you something. Doug Jackson and I were walking out of Ballpark Village yesterday, and we spotted a couple lasses who I thought would have been perfect for Ballpark Bachelor Baseball boy. And Jackson observed that she had, thigh-high boots on? Is that what it was?
Yeah, they seemed like a pair of women who would have been absolutely enthralled to go to a baseball game with a man in his mid-50s.
The boots tell you that?
Just something about it. The essence they were giving off is just screaming like, today's the day I want to take a leap of faith.
Oh.
One of his biggest selling points was the seats had a great view of the Clydesdales.
That's right.
Do you know the Clydesdales went off about an hour before the actual ceremony?
Yes, I thought that was weird.
There was a reason. Martin, you got it?
Well, I was told that they can't sit still like that long. That there's a window where they have to go. They can't just sit there. Like I don't know if they get crazy or go banty, but they had to go. And then I heard somebody else say it had to do with the mud and the turf, and they couldn't wait too long. But I heard from a couple of people it had to do with if you keep them cooped up back there in that little tunnel, like you can't wait forever. So they just said, all right, let them loose. So they did the Clydesdales with, two people in the building. I hope they recorded. Did they play that? I didn't see the Valley's coverage. So they did use it. Okay, so they recorded it for posterity, or they were probably live killing time anyway.
Think about being on the business end of a Banty Clydesdale.
Not just one, but 8 of them.
There was a year where Gussie Busch was up on top, sitting next to the Dalmatians, and somebody threw like a firecracker in the outfield of the Hoosier, and they sped up real fast, and the old man was literally hanging on for dear life.
It's like an Animal House.
There was a story 20 years ago or longer where somebody drove past Grant's farm and shot one of the Clydesdales out of their car. Jeez. Shot one. And it didn't even hurt the horse.
Holy crap.
Might have hurt him, but he was okay. He was okay.
Joey Vitale's going to join us here coming up 3 minutes on the Blues win last night, the winning streak, and
Doug, Jimmy Snipes, Joey Vitale, and probably, I would imagine, a lot of non sequiturs. That's what usually takes place in these Friday conversations with Joey Vitale. That is coming up. This is the Morning After, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel. Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage is with us, and we want to make this clear to the audience. You don't want to get to a spot where you're self-diagnosing. Stewie, what does self-diagnosing mean?
You know what, Tim? If you're running around, you have a mortgage of 7% or more, people say, hey, you know what, it doesn't pay to refinance. Most people think the more money you make, you're going to get a better rate. It doesn't work in that industry. We went ahead and we refinanced a listener last week. He went ahead for about 6 months and said, hey, I'm in the sevens. He's calling around lenders. Should I refinance? Should I refinance? I make $50,000. My wife makes $150,000. Everybody's saying, don't do it. It costs too much, and you're not going to get a better rate. Well, they were wrong. The difference is if you make less money and we can qualify you based on one person's income, you're going to get a better rate. So we ignored the income, $200,000. We used the $50,000 spouse's income. They qualify for the mortgage. They were able to refinance for free and get 0.5% better on that rate. So don't self-diagnose. Don't think the normal thing. If you make more money, you're going to qualify for a better rate. It's the opposite mortgage industry. Give us a call if you're in the sevens. We can get you down for free.
Yeah, and you can call Stewie on his personal cell phone. The number is 314-324-4440, or you can Google the Bagel Loan. Stewie, have a great weekend.
Have a great weekend, guys.
It's the morning after, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, Michelob Ultra Chat. Doug, 251 friends are in there talking over like Panther Claus 2025, John Scores, Tori Holtzfinger, Doggy Season ticket holder, Cucky the Dwarf, and DJ Patty Cakes. And you can join in there and talk it over with them if you want.
We haven't heard from Cucky the Dwarf in a while. He used to call in with construction tips. Remember that?
Would you like a construction tip today?
I wouldn't mind one.
Because we have Robert Thomas at 10 o'clock. We have the drops of the week. We have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. All of these things on the Stiefel dossier. But right now, we have Joey Vitale joining us. And he joins us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Joey.
Morning, boys. How we doing today?
Jackson was doing some logistics research in the pre-show call and discovered, Martin, that Joey and the boys are still in Nashville.
I got it wrong.
I'm a little surprised by that.
Lately, they've been shooting out of towns and getting to the next one.
Yeah, the change today is you stay in Nashville because I guess with Colorado, I was talking to Ryan Podell about this. He's the strength trainer here for the Blues. Colorado with the altitude, right? You take a basketball size piece of air, if you will. And let's say there's 10% oxygen molecules within that sphere on sea level. Like, so St. Louis is basically at sea level, right? So, you take like a basketball-sized sphere of just the air and you break it down and you're going to have 10% oxygen molecules at St. Louis. Now you go to Colorado, it's maybe like 4 or 5%, right? So why is that important? Well, your body still needs the right amount of oxygen. So what does that mean? It means you have to breathe more frequently. You have to take in more oxygen, which of course does what to your heart? Boom, 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 right? It speeds up the heart because the body is now working harder to take in more oxygen. So that essentially, when you talk about altitude, that's really what's happening. What's happening is you need to take in the right amount of oxygen, but there's only so much molecules within that thin air, if you will. So why I bring that up, because the Blues, they played last night in Nashville. You want to spend the least amount of time in high altitude as possible because over time it will wear you down. Now, it takes about 3 to 4 weeks to fully get acclimated. Of course, the Blues don't have that. So instead of getting there last night, exhausting yourself, exhausting your body throughout today and tomorrow before the game, now we fly in today, get in the evening, maybe a steak dinner. You're there for less than 24 hours. And then, of course, we're on the plane ride home tomorrow night.
Was it also possible?
Deep intellectual things are just my jam.
How about that, Doug? There's also, Richie Jankowski just wanted to get partied up on
That's what it was really about?
Broadway.
He's got that kind of pull in the
organization. He tells Army, we're going to shoot it on Broadway. We're sticking around, pal.
God.
Yeah, it could be a little bit of that. Yeah, a lot of cowboy. This city has really taken off. I mean, it's almost obnoxious. I think
it's incredible. Yeah.
It's almost
20 years ago. 20 years ago, it was a Friday and Saturday night you couldn't walk down the street. Now it's every single night. And there's something about people when they come down here, they put on boots and cowboy hats and they just go a little cuckoo in the head. They do silly things. But, I don't know. It is what it is. I guess it's for some people.
A lot of bachelorette parties, girls driving around in buses yelling, woo, as they drive down the street. I noticed that a few times.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that. They had those cars with the pedals, and they're hooting and hollering. I don't know. It's kind of becoming the Vegas to the East. What happens in Nashville stays in Nashville, apparently.
I was just there last week. It's great. It's lively. It's a little more Bourbon Street French Quarter than I remembered, but it's and that arena is right on top of it. There were a lot of Blues fans there last night, were there not?
Well, there's more Blues fans than Nashville Predators fans. I mean, to me, that's what's incredible about it. This Nashville team, I don't know. It was borderline embarrassing last night. It's embarrassing watching this team. I mean, if you're a fan of the game of hockey, you're like come on. Like, Jonathan Marchessault had about 45 turnovers in the game. He was actually benched there for a little bit when they pulled the goalie. Steven Stamkos has really fallen off. I mean, Barry Trotz did an interesting thing last year, and he signed a lot of big-name players, paid them a ton of money, players that have already won Stanley Cups, have already won Conn Smythe trophies, right? But they're in their headed into their late 30s. Now, you got these long-term contracts on these guys, and to me, they just don't have the zip anymore. They don't have the speed. They don't have the hunger, right? This Nashville team, fellas, I'm telling you right now, they're in a tough spot. This is a tough spot. And you flip it and compare them to the St. Louis Blues now, they have the opposite problem. They have young guys with speed, and they have young guys with spirit, and they have young guys that aren't even making what Steven Stamkos and Jonathan Marchessault shows. I mean, we're really seeing this team come together. I think this whole Doug Armstrong plan, there were some doubters, throughout the last year or two. It's coming together right now, fellas, and boy, oh boy, it's not only good right now, but we are heading into a really, really good time to be a St. Louis Blues fan.
Oh, that's good. It felt like last night they got outplayed for pretty much 2 full periods and yet still found a way to win. I guess that's a mark of a team that's going well and getting some luck also at the same time.
Yeah, I think so, Doug. I think it's something that, when you're on those runs, nothing can really break you. Nothing can disturb you. It's you're down by 1, you're down by 2. We talked to Joe Hofer after the game. The mindset for a goalie is that you want to keep your team in a position by the 10-minute mark of the third period. What does position mean? Position is be within a goal. Sometimes be within 2 goals. You don't want to let it go past that. You want to keep your team in a position to win. And Joel did that. He allowed the first 2 against in the first period, but then he stood extremely tall, and it was just becoming a waiting game. But I'm watching that bench. I'm watching there's no panic. They have guys that have played an enormous amount of games back there. And when you win this consistently, you just kind of shrug your shoulders. You're down by 2, no big deal. You're not fighting the game, who cares, right? Jim Montgomery, he's a smart coach. They trust him. What did he do? He made a couple really good adjustments last night. The biggest one, of course, putting Robert Thomas with Jordan Kyrou there and Dylan Holloway. He's done it a couple times. They find chemistry instantly. So they have confidence in their coach. They have confidence in their goaltending. And they know that the scoring eventually over time is going to pick itself up. So, I don't know. The body language across the board has been really solid. And I think the body language is super, super important. I mean, I'm looking at a Robert Thomas. I know you guys are talking to him at the 10 o'clock hour, like you said. Here's a young player that clearly dealt with some frustrations earlier in the season. A lot of banging the sticks, looking up at the rafters after missing chances. He was frustrated. I think that Four Nations break really turned him around. He really has just been nothing but smiles and positivity. And, guys, that's important. It's important. We all know body language is important. It actually goes back, if you think about it. I know you guys think about these things.
To the basketball-sized bubble?
No. Different, Martin. Hang with me here. Okay. Body language, you go back to why are yawns contagious? I yawn.
Nice.
Right?
Was that a gerbil?
That was like Mr. Magoo.
No. It was me. It was me, guys. I'm still here.
Oh, it was him.
So I yawn, and then what do you guys do? You start to yawn. And, this has kind of plagued people for a while. There's a couple of theories about this. No one knows exactly why yawns.
The audience
see, you're already going.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, hang with me here.
Okay.
All right, so I yawn, then you yawn, and then we all start to yawn.
Everybody's
yawning. There's a theory out there that, before Homo sapiens had language, right? They needed to communicate through body language. Right? Okay, I need to go hunt a saber-tooth. They throw their hand up in the air like like they throw like a spear.
Saber-tooth.
Yeah, saber-tooth, that's correct.
So
they frowned at the same time as
and they're
humans?
delicious.
Oh, okay.
Oh, absolutely.
Vitale, did you go to bed last night? Did you stay up? What are you snorting? Jesus.
I still got Tootsies going through my bloodstream right now.
Okay.
Tootsies and Leaden. All right. So anyway, you go back to it where they kind of do like a spear, and that means, okay, hunt. You put like your hand to your mouth. That means eat. So everyone at the time, they don't have language. There's no communication. So you're following body language. Of course. So what does yawns mean? Yawns, you're by the fire. It's getting late, and you have, Papa, the chief, go, and then everyone else goes, that's a signal, guys. It's a signal for what? For bedtime, right? So this has been in us for a very long time that we respond off people's body language. We respond off people's energies and vibes. And it's no different in the sport of hockey. Robert Thomas banging sticks and getting frustrated at the beginning of the year. That's going to make everyone get frustrated. But now, hey, you're down by 2 goals. He comes back. Come on, boys, we got this. He's okay. He's calm. That creates calmness throughout the whole bench. And, of course, my good friend Sidney Crosby, we played together. I don't know if you guys know him.
Martin.
He came into the league known as the whiny baby. He was a whiny yell and scream at the refs. What happened on the bench? Everyone else is, hey, come on, you hurt my friend Sid. I'm like, hey, don't touch my friend Sid. And I'm freaking losing my mind. And then Billy Guerin comes in, and, all these guys come in and say, hey, dude, you got to calm down, man. Like, you're the captain of this team. You're the face of this league. We need you to be calm, bro. And he did. And then what happened, of course, that everyone kind of rallied around that. They win 3 Stanley Cups, and, of course, he continues to be on a tear. That's a very long and winded – but, yeah, they played great last night. And you know what?
Makes sense now.
Yeah, see, Doug.
Yeah. And, again, they're just – they seem like they can't lose, boys. I don't know what it is. That if they play any team – I mean this in the very doggone bottom of my heart. If you play any team in the National Hockey League right now, the start of a 7-game series right now, the Blues not only will beat any team, they'll beat them in 6. There's no way this team is losing right now. They can't. There are no holes. It is absolutely amazing. It's magic. It's fun to see, and hopefully they can continue this into mid-April.
Tim, I know you had a question, but BK and Ferrari are next. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Should we just tag? Should we get Robert Thomas in on a 3-way? Is it time for him to come on yet?
Doug, would you like a 3-way with Robert?
Well, I think this is fine. I'm learning a lot from Joey.
You like to read books and talk smart things, too.
Hey, Joey Vitale with us. He hasn't slept in 4 days. He's with us. What do you think's going to happen with Jimmy Snuggerud? The Golden Gophers eliminated last night, and there is a buzz about that moment and that decision coming up for Jimmy Snipes. What do you think?
Yeah, Jimmy Snipes Snuggerud. Personally, right now, my gut's telling me he goes to Springfield. I don't think this is where they had him at the beginning of the year. I think around Christmas time they had every hopes of bringing him here to help this team. But Tim, where are you going to put him?
Yeah, that's the thing.
And it's a good problem, but where the heck are you going to put this kid? I mean, I'm talking to a couple of the players in the plane the other day, and we're talking about this, and you're saying, okay, well, things change, like, very rapidly. Last year, he decides to go back to college. Great. And the Blues supported it. They're never going to tell a kid to come if they're not ready, right? He wanted to win a national championship. He wanted to win a Hobie Baker. Well, it looks like he's not going to win either this year, so his goals have failed. But you know what? He had a good year, right? The Blues allowed that. Now, last year, right, if he would have come in, he's ahead of Bolduc. We don't even have Dylan Holloway yet. He's ahead of Dalibor Dvorsky. He's ahead of all these players. But look what has happened in the last year. We get Dylan Holloway, who is absolutely surging as a superstar, right? You get Zachary Bolduc, who is kind of starting to become in the Calder conversation as far as Rookie of the Year. He's been so freaking good, right? Look at Dalibor Dvorsky. He's already got his first game. He was an AHL All-Star. He has taken a massive step this year. Matthew Joseph has come out of his shell. The fourth line of Walker, Faksa, Toropchenko, that is an untouchable line. That has been such a consistent, bloodline line for this team, and you can't take those guys out either. So what I mean by all this is, you almost could have had him last year. He would have come in great. Right now, I don't think there's a place for him. And I think that's a good problem to have. I think he needs a lot of seasoning. I think you send him to Springfield. Do you have to burn up a year of his contract? You do, right? You do. But you know what? You figure that out later. I think he needs to go play some games, get used to pro hockey, because right now this team is absolutely flying. Jim Montgomery made a comment the other day, really stuck with me, when talking about the Dalibor Dvorsky now being healthy scratch after his first game. He said, and I quote, "We feel good about riding the horses that have gotten us to where we are right now." That is an important quote when you think about Jimmy Snuggerud and his involvement on the team now.
100%. Very telling. I agree with you right now. And I was wondering about, not only the Dvorsky situation, but now the Snuggerud one, which is a decision for Snuggerud as well. Do you think that it's a foregone conclusion that he's going to sign with the Blues, or do you think that he may return for his senior season?
He really could. I mean, he could, has a right to. The thing is, too, he could become a free agent after next year.
That's right.
We've seen this happen. The most recent one that stands out is Jimmy Vesey. Jimmy Vesey was at Harvard with their wicked smart with the equations on the wall, all that kind of stuff. So he was at Harvard.
That's a good hunting reset, isn't it?
Yeah. He was at Harvard, right? Just,
Is Jackson playing drops, or are there horns in the background?
That's not me.
That's not you. I'm sorry. I just needed to know if those were drops.
No. There's the horns in Nashville. People are going crazy. So he was at Harvard. Again, he's being all smart and changing the world. One experiment at a time. With
College boy.
Yeah. I remember in college.
I didn't like Harvard.
No. It's funny you say that because I was kind of courting, if you will, a girl at Northeastern in my freshman year, and we kind of broke up. I wasn't a great boyfriend anyway. So she says to me, she goes, "Well, you know what? I'm just going to go across the river to Harvard and find my husband." I was like, "Whoa! Hold on a minute. That hurts, man. I mean, here I am still talking about it 25 years later. So that one cut deep. But Jimmy Vesey was there, and he became a free agent. He was drafted by Nashville, if you remember. He doesn't sign. He becomes a free agent and then signs as a free agent with the New York Rangers. So, yeah, Tim, to your point, absolutely. I mean, Tim? this is between him and his agent. No one's making him put ink to paper. I think that it'd be foolish of him. I think the Blues see him in their future. But right now, I don't know.
So the answer to that was I don't know.
This is either the greatest segment ever or the most insane segment ever. I'm not sure which.
Hey, I saw where Crosby broke Gretzky's point per game record last night. Did you know Crosby at all in Pittsburgh?
Wow.
Would he speak to you?
Doug. Really good friend, Doug. Thank you for bringing him up. Really good friend.
Tell him the 500th goal video that you're a part of.
Oh yeah, so I think 2 years ago he hit 500 goals, and they did this like Instagram social media thing where they listed every player that's ever assisted on Sidney Crosby's goals. And here I was in the bottom right corner. I had one assist because we're both centermen, and he was really good and I sucked. So we weren't out there a lot together, you know what I mean? So he had one goal where I assisted on it. And about 2 or 3 weeks later, I do this Zoom interview with Sid. And I'm doing it for at the time was Bally Sports. They wanted to put it a part of the Penguins Blues pregame shows. It was a great Zoom where we were kind of sharing old stories because, we're great friends. And, we talked about that. I said, Sid, I got to bring this up. Congrats on 500 goals. He said, thanks. I go, I want you to look at this very bottom right corner here. And I held it up for him. And he goes, oh, yeah, there you are. I go, there I am. I was like, without me, you would not be celebrating your 500th goal. And he said, I appreciate that. And I said, now you probably don't remember this much, but it was in Detroit, and he stopped me. This is a guy that has scored 500 goals. I go, it was in Detroit. He goes, yeah, hold on. In Detroit, it was at the offensive zone, third period. You chipped it in, retrieved it, chipped it to Chris Connor? I go, yeah, Chris Connor. And he found me in the middle. I put it right through the 5-hole. And I'm like, huh? Like my jaw dropped. And I think that kind of sums up the mind of a master. Like, he, unprompted, remembered the one goal that I assisted on. Now, Wayne Gretzky has been known to do this as well. You ask him about any goal he has ever scored, any game. He can give you details of the players who helped him, the players on the ice, the goalie that he scored on, where he put the puck, even the period or time of the game. That is what was amazing about that comment. And, I just had to throw that story in there because I wanted to prove to everyone out there that we're good friends.
So when he's in town next Thursday, do you guys go out for dinner? Do you hang out during the day? What will be the plans? Because I'm sure there's an itinerary.
Well, it kind of depends on the time of the year. Like this late in the season, it's always a little bit. At the beginning of the year is really good for when players come to town. Like, Robert Bortuzzo came in earlier in the season. It was great to, catch up with him and things like that. This late in the season, I try to be respectful to where they're at in the standings. It's been another tough year in Pittsburgh, and let's talk about another team that's just in the trenches of misery. They're going to be going through a lot here soon. So, I'll probably just bow out and not bother them because, these players, they get hounded all the time. He's very good friends with Braden Shen. Braden and him went out in Pittsburgh when we were up there a few weeks back. So him and Braden are very good friends. They went to Italy together. I got a whole other story on that. But they went to Italy together. They hang out together. Him and those three and Nathan McKernan are very close. So, no, we'll probably just kind of lay low, I think, for the most part.
I like they're
very close. Love Joey's segments. These are great. The text line is going nuts. This is great. Blues won last night, by the way, in case you didn't pick up on
Jim
that.
Dandy. What's going on with number 89, as much as you can say?
89, Pavel is here. He like Elvis, he was in the building last night, and so he did make the trip. I kind of gave him a look. He said something to me. I couldn't really understand what he said. His English is very broke. And I kind of stared at him, and he stared at me, and we both just kind of stared at each other. So,
Doug, there's your Pavel Buchnevich update.
so he is here. I mean, guys, let's be real. I mean, are they going to get him out to Nashville for this road trip if they don't plan on playing him in Colorado? I don't think so. Like, I think he's a player. I think he's a player for the Blues tomorrow afternoon in Colorado. That's my hunch. I'm feeling it. And not to mention, this top line, they need a boost, right? It was the switch that Montgomery made last night, putting Thomas with Holloway and Kyrou, because that top line wasn't going. And that top line has not looked the same without Buchnevich, of course, when he was with Neighbors and Robert Thomas. So I think he's going to be available. I think he's a player in tomorrow afternoon's game, and to me that makes me excited because this Blues team is better with him.
You said you couldn't understand much of what he said. The Blues have a couple players from Russia, and they've got them from Slovakia and Chechnya. How big a problem is that if guys can't speak perfect English and the coach and the teammates are trying to tell them what they want to do?
I think it's okay. I mean, I think a lot of them just kind of play the role a little bit, Doug, where they act like they don't know. It's like they pick and choose what they want to hear, if you will. You know what I mean? Like if Evgeny Malkin was like that, he only had a few choice words for me. It was like, move. Like, he knew move, like, really well. Like, basically, get the hell out of the way. Like, move. So he knew that. I will not answer this. And he knew his numbers because he called me 46. He didn't even know my name. He did not know my name. We've played together for 6 years. 4-6, move. I'm like, all right, come on in here, mister. It's funny. There was a rookie party a year after I left and signed with Arizona, and I heard from Brooks Orpik that, it wasn't just me. Gino didn't really know a lot of people's names because he was very selective about a lot of things because, he's Russian. And he, at the rookie party, they made him stand up and tell and say everyone's name on the team. Guys, he can only get through like 10 players. He didn't know like half the team. Yeah, my first name. So, they're a little selective when it comes to hearing. If they don't want to hear certain things, they don't. They can blame the language barrier. Pavel Buchnevich, I will say, though, he is sharp as a tack. That guy, that mind is always going. And he listens. He listens to these shows. He listens to our broadcasts. He'll ask me questions about what did I mean when I said this. I'm like, man, you really are in tune. He knows the information around the league. He knows who's going to be traded. He is very, very intelligent. He's extremely dialed into his craft. And, of course, like I said, we're excited to see him tomorrow.
I think someone told us he was like the best fantasy football player on the team. Didn't we hear that?
Bob Thomas. Robert Thomas said he won the fantasy football league.
Uh-huh.
Well, there you go. So he's good at that, too.
Yeah. Got a lot of skills.
Joey, always enjoy the conversation. Maybe you'll get a chance to nap from Nashville to Denver today, and then go get him again tonight.
Decaf.
Okay.
Decaf.
8:40. Hot damn! This was a long segment. Do I get paid double?
I think Jackson will pay you double. He will Venmo you immediately. 22 minutes and 57 seconds is what the studio clock says.
Tim, Joey the other day told me, because Martin, you're either not there or you don't chime in when I'm on. There's not a lot of room to weigh in.
Anything else, guys? Let's call this a wrap.
Oh, wow. Mo, you got wrapped by Mo.
Good to hear you too, Martin. Good to hear you too.
Love you, pal.
CB on CB Crime here. Thank you, Joey. Safe travels.
Thank you, guys. Have a great day. Bye.
That's Joey Vitale, fresh off of Tony Montana's heaps of junk in Miami. Doug, we'll have the drops of the week coming up on the Stiefel Dossier. Robert Thomas will be with us, and we're going to play the Braden Sheen song for him per the request of Blues goalie Danny Padre. I wonder if they give Bennington, Hofer, or Padre the start in Denver tomorrow. We'll have to see at Ball Arena if he will get the start.
It won't be Padre because he's not on the club.
Stewie plays in, it's even hard to score on him sometimes, so it's pretty exciting for us to have both goalies tonight, and makes our life better.
It's not true.
Vladimir Tarasenko right there saying Daddy Padre makes his life better.
Because 91. He scored every time he took a shot. He felt better about himself.
Confidence booster?
Yes.
Do you have the Vlad drop when he scolded the me? He said, "You sit up in stands and think you know."
I want to find what does revolve mean.
That's a very accurate description of our
hit a little too close to
our career choices. Email it, Design Air Heating and Cooling. Email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is how you can participate via email. Then you got the YouTube chat, which is brought to you by Michelob Ultra. 315 friends have gathered on a beautiful Friday morning in the Mound City, including Cucky the Dwarf, Ryan Crawford,
Crawford, Eric Cleveland, Chief J Strongblow, and Doug Monty Kessler's in there too.
Okay.
Talking to Tori Holtzfinger. It's a delight. It's youtube.com/TMASTL. We also take your phone calls on Fridays in the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And, of course, text in 314-399-9646. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt Manning, the phone lines. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
If you want to go to Florida, there are 7 different destinations going out of Mid-America St. Louis Airport. Get online, flymidamerica.com. Book those flights to Fort Lauderdale, Fort Myers, taking the family to Destin. You can load up and drive for 12 miserable hours, or you can be there in about an hour and 15 minutes. And when you fly out of Mid-America St. Louis Airport, it's convenient. You park. It's less than $10 a day to park. It's right next to the terminal. You park, you walk in, go through security. Typical time from your car to the gate is about 15 minutes. Think about that when you're traveling. The convenience factor is usually pretty low, but not at Mid-America St. Louis Airport. They also go to Hilton Head, to Vegas, fly to Knoxville. So book those flights online, flymidamerica.com. There are discounts for veterans as well. Ready to book that flight. It's Allegiant getting you there with not only convenience, but also lower prices. Just plan ahead. We've got a trip in mind. Want to warm things up. Maybe put something on the calendar for this summer. Do it all online from Mid-America St. Louis Airport at flymidamerica.com.
I don't know if he was that good. Good player.
So many of these, too.
Wow. It's hard to believe AI could come along and just sort of take away the writing ability of these
Yeah,
players.
I know.
The soul.
Yeah.
It's TMA 101 ESPN Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt manning the Callier and Thompson phone lines as we enjoy a phone call Friday here on TMA 314-974-0101. Call in and be a friend of the program as we celebrate the week that was with the drops of the week.
Drops of the week.
Yeah, you gotta drop it like a hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop.
Indeed it is.
Clip that off. Clip that off. Clip that off. Clip that off.
Clip that off.
Was there a question in there?
Do you know what I'm saying? I don't know if I know what I'm saying.
Yeah, just all the sad people that are sending him messages or emails, like really horrible people.
Jackson leading the charge today.
Oh, man. Yeah, that was my radio life.
My chair's not very comfortable.
Hang in there.
And it gets hard quick.
It's a mouthful, and it's
Delicious.
It was listening to Steel.
Big gaping holes.
Am I making that up?
No, it's like you get most of the facts wrong.
Marty, hold my hand. I'll walk you through this.
Okay.
You're doing a great job.
The spices is nice.
Yes.
This guy's over here tweeting the whole time.
It's just how hard they leave out the idea that a salary. There it went again. That means that
Just outstanding.
This show hasn't got any better.
That was Drops of the Week. Drop, down, drop. Get it.
Doug, how can you not be proud of the work that you've been a part of for now almost 18 years?
Sorry we couldn't get Mozeliak a chair that he found more comfortable. He was upset
Enjoy
by
the
that.
chair. Got that guy over there tweeting.
That guy.
Pointing at Jackson.
I think he actually did feel bad calling Jackson that guy. He came over and...
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He said, I know your name, and I'll never forget it.
Oh, wow.
That was kind of, yeah. That's what he was
I
like.
didn't know that
I think I heard him say that.
Yeah, he was like, yeah. I don't know if you're here.
Below the surface, he really is a good guy.
Very good.
He's very popular
and people
with
don't
a
get
lot of
that.
people behind the scenes.
Yeah, he's
at the
like an
stadium.
incredible smartass, and when the team isn't winning, it doesn't play well.
My chair's not very comfortable.
Hang in there. I included the hang in there from the Maryland report.
Hang in there for the traveling Mick Cronin.
Yeah.
Hang in there. Oh, I really enjoyed that. And the skipper was on and likes to give me a hard time. Jackson's mom texted him and said, "Why does Tony not like Martin?" And I said, my mom always would say that.
So she wasn't picking up on that, huh?
My mom has said similar things.
Really?
Like, and I said, it's just the thing. It's our shtick. And I had him record a video for my wife for her birthday. And it was all like digging on me and giving me I put up with this guy, whatever. And I sent the clip to my mom. She's like, "Oh, he's so mean to you." And I said, "I told him to say all of it. Like, it's a thing. It's a bit."
He met my in-laws down at spring training. I don't know. This would probably be like 15 years ago at this point. And he goes, "Oh, okay." daughter meet him over the phone, huh?
Oh, that's good.
That's a skipper. Doug, you wanted it. You got it. A smorgasbord of calls in the Callier and Thompson phone lines.
Okay.
I've got Chairman Stephen Wildwood, the 2023 TMA Listener of the Year. He is on hold. I've got John, who claims he has some Jimmy Snipes intel.
Oh, okay.
And then Pestis from Festus is starting to become ever present and always there on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, kind of like Mike Lee was Martin for a number of years.
It's entering Lee territory.
So Doug, it's a Sadie Hawkins. You get to call. What do you want?
How about Pestis? We'll get him.
I think that probably
As a
would have come in
leadoff
last if we would have done a Gallup poll.
Well,
Pestis, good morning.
Just a leadoff hitter.
Good morning, gentlemen. How you doing?
Oh, we're doing fine. How about you?
It's our January Listener of the Month.
Yes, I am doing great this morning. We are now T-minus 89 days, 89 wins in baseball for the Cardinals.
Oh, because you said they'd
told you
win 90.
Would win 90 to 95.
Yeah, so you liked the start, didn't you?
I love the start.
Okay.
And guess what?
What?
We're in first place
Yes,
by a
we
game
are.
and a half.
I know. Could be there the whole season, as far as I'm concerned.
Yes. And the Blues are playing great hockey right now.
Yes, they are.
I mean, they are hot as hell.
They are. Yeah.
Yep. But this morning I have to say a little thanks to my doctor up in Imperial.
Okay.
When I went into his doctor's office the other morning, when I went into the doctor's office the other morning, he walked in. He says, "I know you," and I said, "You do?" He goes, "Yeah, You're Festus from Pestus.
Oh, no.
He
the
recognized your voice?
Yes, he did.
Doug, the medical community listens to this program.
Yeah, it's nice to know.
Yes, he does. He says he listens to it every morning driving to work.
Really? And did he get you fixed up?
Almost.
No. Okay. Well,
I'm still
gotta play the
doing
Yola
what
drop,
he
but
said to do, and I'm getting there.
yeah. Well, good.
I'll do that.
All right.
Let's see, what else is there?
Doug, what else
There's
is
nothing much more.
Call us.
No.
Yeah, there's not much more except to tell y'all to have a good weekend. Stay safe on Sunday because the weather's going to get crazy again.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Not as bad as it was.
And we have
last week.
soccer and Cardinals at the same time. Downtown St.
Yeah,
Louis.
we got tornado warnings and everything for Sunday.
Pastas, is High Ridge up there or over there for you? Because Jackson isn't really familiar with High Ridge. I wonder if you could help.
I think it's down past me.
Oh, down
No, it
past
isn't.
me.
It'd be northwest of Festus.
Okay. They got a golf course.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got 3 golf courses down there.
Okay.
There you go, Jackie. There's 3.
Yeah, 3 to choose from.
I'll run it over.
Pastus, wonderful to hear from you. Have a wonderful weekend, kind sir.
You too, gentlemen. Take it easy.
All right, thanks for checking in.
January listener of the month. You want to be the March listener of the month, go to tmastl.com, and you can maintain your anonymity, Doug. You don't have to use your real name. You like that. You like that people can maintain their anonymity.
I don't. I think government names ought to be required.
And that means Jackson will be putting together the papal conclave in which we will vote for the March listener of the month here. That will take place on Monday. Now you have a choice between John, who claims he has Jimmy Snipes intel, and Chairman Steve in Wildwood, the 2023 TMA listener of the year.
Oh, let's go with the listener of the year.
Chairman Steve in Wildwood.
Yeah, we haven't heard him for a while.
Morning, Chairman Steve.
Oh, stop screaming.
What's wrong? He's enthusiastic.
gosh.
The Cardinals won. The Blues won. It's all happening.
All right.
What a day! What a day! It was nice. I think Soft Hands and Vitale have the same cocaine dealer. My God, he was on a heater.
Yeah, he was.
Dude,
Big.
that was awesome.
Some great white in Nashville, Doug.
You guys really let him go. It was awesome. And Marty with the little comments, he didn't even hear him. I guess he was rolling right through them. But Marty, where were you? No live shots.
You know, this is a great question. Thanks for asking. We were scheduled to be live up at 1 Cardinal Way, and then it kind of started raining, and we did a couple things from Bush. And then I said, you know what? Even though it's a great view, I never made it over there. We did stuff from over at Bush. I apologize, Steve. I was looking forward to meeting up.
Yeah, please text me anytime. I would love to see it, Marty. When
Was it a shoot? Was it a shoot match up there?
Yeah, what was going
Tell you
on?
what, it's probably a good thing you didn't do a live shot because the delay in the game led to an enormous amount of drinking, and people were hammered because the DJ kept going. Like, what time did the game start? Like 5 or 4:30?
About 4:45 or so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, so basically, people got another 2 hours of drinking in, and a lot of people didn't go into the game. They just said, "Screw it, I'll stay over here and watch the game." So it was a lot of fun, though. We had a great time.
There are a lot of people.
And at the end of the night, my buzz was killed because I had a $171 barbell down there.
$171 barbell where?
$370.
Oh, $370. Where was this?
At our bar.
At 1 Cardinal Way
the
bar?
balcony, there's a bar.
Got it. Let me ask you this. How was the scenery? What was it doing?
Oh, my God. There was ass galore.
Easy.
And then there's a sensation out there now. None of these broads wear bras.
Jackson, is that correct? Doug, Martin, and myself are out of the game.
You see it sometimes.
It's niptastic. I mean, they're everywhere. They're everywhere. You can see the size of their areola.
Oh,
but,
Doug, that's why you clock in early and leave late. That's why you do the extra reps.
Seems like a farmer's market move, you know? Little trip to the farmer's market.
The other thing is the camel toe was everywhere. Too, so you saw a lot of that. You could see all the.
Your first tech.
But,
father called.
Yeah.
First tech.
Father of 4.
Grandfather.
Grandfather is 7.
Grandfather of 7. Martin.
Yeah, Marty was actually back when one of my sons graduated from Parkway West, and you were at the sat next to me at the graduation ceremony.
Oh, was that at the Family Arena?
No, it's a Queenie.
Queenie of that. Oh yeah, it was a while back.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. But I just remember it because I was like, I think that's Martin Kilcoyne. And I was like, that is Martin Kilcoyne.
What a great moment for you. Yeah, our daughter Haley graduated Parkway West. Doug, was that 2011?
I don't know the years.
Would have been Parkway West 2011.
because the Cardinals won the World Series when she graduated. That's right.
Mount Rushmore, Parkway West. You got Scotty Highmark, Blaine Gabbert, and then kind of don't sleep on Stone Phillips, Parkway West.
Oh, yeah.
Nice play.
Yeah, big network star there for a while.
What about Chip Carey?
Chip.
There's another one.
There's
Yeah.
your Mount Rushmore.
Yeah,
Wow.
Rushy. Tell
Mount
her
Rushmore.
Rushy.
It's a great Mount Rushmore.
My wife saw him in the elevator yesterday. He still lives in our building. I saw him at Katie's the night before.
Giving away people's addresses.
Yeah, I saw old Triple Sticks walking along yesterday too. I yelled, "Hey, Bill," and he gave me a little wave, a disgusted wave.
A disgusted wave.
Why is he disgusted with you?
It was like, who is this Hoosier yelling at me? I'm like, oh man, he might have me arrested too. I'll be in jail with the guy who jumped on the field.
Chairman Sharon and Clayton is texting in, and she's not happy with your call. Usually she's not happy with Jackson. She says, well, this call will take care of all the OGs complaining about the show on the Facebook pages. # perverts. That's from Sharon and Sanibel, Clayton, Maui, and Michigan.
Boy, that fan page.
Ah, yes, the page.
Hey, Doug, I've never seen her. Doug, what does she look like? Give her a rating 1 to 10. 1 to 10. Let's get a rating there,
She's
Doug.
a very, very beautiful woman.
All right, good. That's good to hear.
Yeah,
that's good to hear. Thanks, Sharon, for the compliments. I love you too. Tell them with kindness, Doug. That's what I do.
Stronger than grandmother's breath. Chairman, I don't know if you can catch that for a gift, but I just did a Chevy Chase spit take, and Doug, there's little Timmy spittle all over the computer monitor now. If anybody wants to lick it up, lick it up. Is that Kiss?
I don't know.
Hey,
Probably about 86.
I think 86. Yeah, Mets.
I went up the back staircase of that Shark Bar about 7:15 yesterday and started knocking on the door there, but nobody came.
Tight security.
Well, we were in there, but we were on a show, and we couldn't come and stop what we were doing to let you in.
I was falling through a table.
That's about that time.
Do we have video of that?
Oh yeah, it's on the Instagram page.
Oh, I didn't even look. I've been kind of busy the last couple days here.
Clearly.
By the way, ain't nobody getting appraisals today, okay?
Why not?
Because I'm hungover, Doug. It was rough.
Well,
Plus, I've been fighting a sinus infection. I was out in California last week, and I think my allergies kicked in.
Oh.
And man, I had to take a Sudafed before the day, and man, my head was like ready to split in the middle of the night. Sucked.
Well, you're battling through.
Yeah, champion.
I am. I sat on hold for an hour and listened to Vitale go off.
You had a big segment.
That'll help a hangover.
I love it. I want to party with him. Vitale, you're welcome anytime at One Cardinal Way. Come down for a game. Just don't bring any of those crumb snatchers with you. Just you and maybe your wife. What'd she look like, Tim?
Hey, easy.
Just so wonderful. She is a lovely, lovely lady.
Need a cold shower, Steve.
Close that second tech.
Jackson, you're going to give out a second technical foul. The listener of the year? You're going to mess with the listener of the year? You don't mess with the listener of the year, and you don't mess with Buck Swope, brother.
Hey, sometimes you have to tee up Bobby Knight. This is what happens.
2 yellow cards get you a red, like Edu Leuven, who's out this week. That's what you were thinking, probably.
Well, that's all right. You guys play too many damn commercials, so I won't call in for another month.
Gosh. It keeps us on the air.
Chair's not very comfortable.
I'm off the rails. Look out.
Jerkwood from Kirkwood says, can we move on from this Hoosier on the phone? That's the Jerkwood from Kirkwood.
Look who texted this funny thing. Can we move on from this Hoosier? Go back to Kirkwood and die, all right?
Go back to Kirkwood and die.
That's a little.
This is really close. Got my hands ready.
Jackie's going to tee him up.
Jackie, I love you, buddy.
Hang in there, Steve. Hang in there.
Yeah, but no, I'm doing great. I'll.
Okay, we've been here a long time. We good?
I think I'm going to sell that damn house in St. Louis Hills and stay down here. I think I'm not.
You like it down there now?
What if we just kept you on the line for in perpetuity? You just keep talking.
We're going to go to Jimmy Snipes, and we'll come back. If you could just hang with us.
Jimmy Snipes not coming. We don't need him right now. We are rolling. I tell you what, I might be dead if these Blues make another cup run and the Cardinals keep playing well. I'm going to be dead by September.
You can drink yourself to death.
Well, the text line might be on board.
There is no way. They'll be happy. They'll be happy to know that. So, text line, they can shove it right up their ass.
There it is.
Second Jackson just kicked him out. Jackson just kicked him out.
He's gone.
You ran him like Danny.
Man, if you mess with Buck Swope and you mess with Chairman Steve, you're asking for it, Jackie
I don't make
Papers.
the rules. 2 texts and you got to go.
You did. You
gotta go.
violently tossed him.
Something had to be done.
Now we got Chairman Kurt telling me we've got John with Jimmy Snipes Intel on the calendar.
that'll go okay.
Lines. Good morning, John.
Hey guys, good morning. Driving from Fargo to Minneapolis, catch my flight. I was up in Fargo watching those 2 games yesterday. Some incredible college hockey, but second game ended, and Snuggerud was unbelievable. Scored 2 phenomenal goals. The first one was amazing, but I guess kind of the intel I had was the team went in the locker room at the end, and he's the captain of that Minnesota Gophers team, and he stayed on the ice for quite a bit of time after the game ended, and you could kind of see he was just kind of taking it all in. And it was hard to tell whether, he was, anticipating coming back for another year of the college experience or whether he was taking it in that this was his final game. But really amazing player and really incredible hockey experience up there. 2 amazing games. Both went into overtime. We were in that rink for almost 9 hours watching some great college hockey.
What's your connection to it? Just a hockey fan in general?
Well, generally a huge hockey fan, huge Blues fan. My dad was an original season ticket holder back when the Blues came to St. Louis. But this was kind of a trip my brother put together. We had a whole group of guys that needed to get our 50th state. And, we'd never been to North Dakota. So this was as good a reason as any to go up there. So my brother rented a box, and there were about 10 of us that went up there, nice. and it was really a phenomenal experience. To be honest with you guys, it was great. So
the intel, just to be clear, is that he stayed on the ice a little longer than everybody else, and you thought he might be kind of saying goodbye to the Minnesota Golden Gophers with that move. Is that what your perception?
Yeah, that was kind of my perception, that he was just taking in his final experience as a college athlete and getting ready to move on. But like I said, he's an amazing player. He scored 2 goals in that game, and the first one was absolutely beautiful. It was a snipe goal, like you guys are talking about. Really a pretty amazing player, and I think when he does make his way to the Blues, the impact's going to be pretty exceptional when he shows up. So
that'd be nice. I see in 40 games this year for the Gophers, he had 24 goals, 27 assists.
Yep. Yeah, amazing player. Yep. So anyway, that's what I wanted to bring. It is he's just taking it in, and it was hard to tell, obviously, from his facial expressions whether he was contemplating coming back to college or this was the final game. But definitely a silent moment at the end for him on the ice, all by himself. So pretty neat thing to see.
Thank you, John.
All right, guys. Thank you. Enjoy your show.
Thank you, sir.
John.
Tim, are you taking a question? Or
I am, and I feel Doug's got a moral or ethical obligation to read some of the responses to this.
I was going to
see. John seems like such a delightful gentleman, but I took an oath. They have that St. Peter card and they burn it, and I took the oath. We do it for the mix too. And Don Hoffman, who's Jackson's favorite longtime TMA listener, he's in the YouTube chat brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Great intel. Snipes was skating on the ice, jump on a partially frozen pond, John.
Oh, come on.
That's Don Hoffman. And Don Hoffman represents about 100 different people, including Blues beat writer Jeremy Rutherford, who says, will that caller do an interview with me about the Snuggerud intel? I don't have his name. I can give him anonymity. So, poor John, who's a wonderful gentleman. He expressed a love for this presentation. But I like I said, I took an oath, and my responsibility is to the audience. What's your question, Matten?
Well, it's related. My question was, Tim, and you've been doing this for a long time. is the text line always mean? Because
Easy answer.
You can answer that.
Easy answer, yes.
Because coming off, the Venn diagram of Joey Vitale's curbside horn honking science/random visit, we went to Chairman Steve, which it was a little like creepy old guy, hungover, nowhere really else to be, more story guy. And then we went to John. It was really pleasant and just had a nice trip and seemed like a normal guy. And I'm like, I was thinking to myself, we kind of needed this. And then I glanced at the text line.
Yep, and they hated every
intel.
last one of
Thanks
them.
for the intel. Drink bleach, terrible insight. Jesus, hang up on him.
What's wrong with your phone line?
It's unbelievable.
Hard to please them. Hard to please them.
Great intel. Jesus, what a waste of airspace. What was the purpose of this call? I mean, it's unbelievable. Oh.
Yep, that's the brand. Welcome to the show.
Oh, I have an update for you guys,
What
too.
do we have?
At the beginning of the show, we talked about Nolan Arenado, heartfelt post-game comments that we may or may not get to. But there was the moment on the field.
Jackson's now taken.
Where a fan was tackled at the feet of both Mike Claiborne and Nolan Arenado. Claibs is going to join us at 9:30.
Oh, yes!
For a little play-by-play. I said, can you give us some clarification of what actually took place? And Claibs will join us at 9:30.
Oh, man. I love that. Give me some Mike Claiborne, Kelly Chase, story time. I enjoy it. That's outstanding. Robert Thomas at 10 o'clock, Mike Claiborne, 9:30, with play-by-play of the arrest on the field.
Did they release the Hoosier, Doug? Is that what
was
happened?
released? This was a little tease of what it could be. We could have this every night. I'm saying bottom of the 8th inning. Don't go away. Stick around at least till the 8th.
Keeps people there for concessions.
But sanctioned so that no one gets hurt,
Oh, I don't care if they get hurt.
Well, not
Give
the,
the guy
I'm
a
talking about
helmet.
the players. I'm talking about the players.
Oh, no, not that we don't want the players involved.
Right.
It's just Hoosiers and rushers.
Right. They know what they're getting into.
Mm-hmm.
I think my favorite part is Arenado saying, man, it's all good. Well, he's going to jail, so really it's not.
Email in your displeasure as well, the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. The Stiefel dossier, Mike Claiborne, 9:30, Robert Thomas, 10 o'clock. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, 10:45. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen here on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel. Michael's Flooring has been locally and family owned for over 30 years. And Michael at Michael's Flooring takes great pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. His passion is flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. That's why he's making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard, which is awesome compensation in this industry. Just come in or talk to them, and you're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not pushing what corporate is telling them they have way too much of. There's a reason why Michael has continued to grow through the 31 years of the business. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they're taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interests of the buyers. They have it all, but carpet is awesome, and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis. It's Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. We had some Sweet 16 action last night. Florida defeated Maryland. Duke defeated Arizona. Alabama with a huge 113-point effort over BYU. And Texas Tech beat Arkansas in overtime. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
You know, this show is synonymous with journalism. It's kind of the Real Sports of HBO.
It's no-nonsense journalism, that's for sure.
Thank you. Thank you. And a couple of pieces of news during that commercial break. Number one, I ran into Drew from, and I believe he was the rock star of the first quarter in 2024 here at Hubbard Radio, which is essentially the employee of the quarter. Mike Ryder, I believe, is the reigning champion. Yep, he's the reigning champion.
Good parking spot?
Yeah, you got a great parking spot. And I saw Drew during the commercial break, and he said, sorry that you fell through the dais yesterday. And he said, it turns out that happened to your crush, I guess, Marshy Marsh.
Oh, yeah, Andrew Marsh.
Of the Fast Lane last week at Cyberg's.
Oh, no.
They were doing a remote for the NCAA tournament, all the teams competing. And Marshy Marsh fell through that very same
dais.
Yeah. And so they are now trying to tend to it. They didn't really care that Marsh fell through it. No. But once I fell through it, it's like, okay, now
Game
we got
changer.
Now we got to do something.
Mm-hmm.
But Marsh and I are about the same size.
No, he's bigger.
Height-wise, yeah.
Height-wise.
I think you're a tad tighter, like tighter
and more rewarding.
Yes, there it is.
You weren't talking about the elasticity.
But malleable, I'd say.
You're saying Tim is malleable?
Tight yet malleable.
Is it what was that, right? There was a little percussion after you said that. I noticed.
Just a little, that was my artist flourish.
And then
from Whiplash,
it was like
a wonderful film, should have won Best Picture.
Artist flourish.
I think it was Birdman that year. Get it at the time. Whiplash's age better.
And there's more percussion. This guy keeps when he doesn't take.
Okay.
It's like we're on around the horn.
Doug, do you prefer?
And then I got there's a chance the only person who would know would be you, Martin, on the Cardinal team photographer. Have you met the gentleman?
Taka?
Yes.
Is this the photo of the guy getting taken? And then Arnado put the peace sign in or something? Is this the photo?
So he sent an email in via the TMA app, but it was just sent to me. And so I figured there's a chance you would know him. Tim, heard you guys talking this morning about the fan who was tackled by security trying to reach Nolan. I am the team photographer who took the thumbs up pic. I have the story behind that shot. Couldn't find the text number to contact the show when it was being talked about, so I thought I would reach out. And that's from Taka Yanagimoto, I believe.
Yeah, he's been a long-time team photographer. So, and he's a great photographer, but he also has access, so he's always on the field. Right? And I think the cat told me that. He said Taka got the shot of the guy gets smoked or laid out, as Arnado said, trying to run on the field as he's about to be interviewed by Mike Claiborne. And the photo's taken, and apparently Arnado gave a thumbs up as the photo of the guy laying there.
Have you seen it? Has anybody seen that?
I have not seen the photo.
Oh, I need to.
That's what we need
hit Taka back up here.
That's next year's calendar. I mean, that's January.
Oh, my goodness. That's outstanding.
Appreciate him listening to this. There's people texting in saying, how do I call in? Now we got people emailing saying, how do I text in? I think Tim's pretty good. You give out the numbers quite a bit.
314-399-9646. That's how you can text in. Big previous segment with the phone calls. Got to feel good about that.
Not really.
Chairman Steve was active. We got the intel. I think that's a 101 ESPN exclusive that Jimmy Snuggerud took a little extra time before coming off the ice last night. So
I think he's coming. I think this is happening.
I think that's a good read.
I think he's coming.
Read Jeremy Rutherford. He just posted a column on The Athletic about it. I'm not saying that he is, but the fact that he did take that extra time kind of knelt down. Martin, you're officially in.
I'm going to say he is. Yeah, I think last year it was close. I think this year it's happening. Wait for that news maybe the next few days.
Wow. Sometimes this Martin, I think he knows things, but he can't say he knows things. I don't know. And that's my read right there. So that's where I am. I wish I could go bet that, too.
The Snuggerud's been in Minnesota 3 years now. That ought to about do it.
I think the Cardinal win over the Twins sealed the deal.
You think?
Yeah,
he got wind of that and said, I'm joining that fair city.
Who's the uniform snob? Is it Jackson? Did the Twins hat look like the Marlins M?
I actually thought that when I saw it yesterday, that exact thought. It looked like the old Marlins thing.
They sucked all the life out of the Twins uniform. They used to have some bold, but it was like, it's very unique to them.
I like the logo with the state of Minnesota and the two twins there.
That's better. I like the TC logo. It's good, but the white numbers and red letters for the back of their names, like the back of the jersey, is terrible looking. And they took all the soul out of it.
The soul?
It's like in Helvetica font on the front. What? Stinks.
It was just an M. Was that a star above the M? I couldn't quite make out what it was.
Weak. Not good. Really, because I used to think the Twins had great colors. Navy and red is gorgeous. We all know navy and red here. You know, it seems to resonate. Yeah,
navy caps. Well, what if the Cardinals went out on their first road trip with the navy caps? Do you think that would bring the city back on board? Do you think the DeWitts were booed yesterday because of the red road caps? I do.
It's got to be part of the reason.
I bet no one was even thinking about it.
I was like, those Twins uniforms.
Do you think Three Sticks secretly didn't want to tell you, but it's been happening behind the scenes?
Oh, my goodness. Soft cow season.
Because of the color of their hats, you have a soft cow?
I do like the a road team wearing like their main color as opposed to all gray. I do think that looks cool. Cardinals, I don't think it would look great. Reds look pretty... It's kind of an assault on the eyes.
It's an assault on the eyes.
Well, it's not a soft color, especially Cardinal red. It's not a soft color. Like when they wear the Louis uniforms, they're good, but it's, it can hurt the eyeballs.
You could be the next Mr. Blackwell.
I don't understand that reference.
Okay, he would critique typically Hollywood stars. He was the fashion critique.
I don't like that he's wearing all black here. That doesn't look good on him. And that was the authority on fashion, a gentleman who sounded like the waiter who sexually harassed me at Pietro's in 1992.
Big Tyler energy.
Yeah.
But yours,
Tyler, boss boy.
Yours could be specific to uniforms.
Yeah.
Call it the Mr. Blackwell of uniforms.
Mr. Jackwell.
And you could say, the Twins have sucked the life out of them.
I would like that.
They have sucked the life out of their uniforms.
Don't say uniforms, say costumes.
Costumes, kits.
Kits.
Did your parents, were they aware that you were being sexually harassed at the restaurant?
Good question. Thank you. It's a good follow-up. It was an odd situation that I had to go get a worker's permit because I think I was either 13 or 14 when I started bussing tables. And Tim Sr., Martin, I know you do a wonderful impression of Jimmy Stewart as my father.
Timmy still, with his height, he still needs to go get worker's permits.
And I had to start bussing tables at 13 as the oldest of four. The Irish Catholic family on the south side, that old deal. And there I was, bussing tables. And I think I was 2 years into my tenure there when...
2 years in?
Yeah, when he decided he took a liking to me. And he called me Tyler.
Why?
I don't believe he's still with us. Otherwise, we'd get him on. We also have Mike Claiborne and Robert Thomas. So if the waiter from Pietro's could join us,
I'd prefer that interview actually.
Get involved in the program. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is how you can email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. And we will have Mike Claiborne on the Stiefel dossier coming up at 9:30. Robert Thomas at 10 o'clock. And then that Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today at 10:45. James Carlton, a loyal sponsor of both the Tim McKernan Show podcast and TMA going back to 2017. And he's been my insurance agent now for the last 6 years. Can't say enough great things about James Carlton. First class, runs a first-class business. So many TMA listeners have made the switch to James Carlton. They go, I didn't realize it could be this great, both from a saving money standpoint, but then also from the perspective of having the customer service that James and his team in Webster Groves give you. You can call there right now at 314-961-4800. And I would say it'll take you about 3 minutes. You give them your information, and then they're going to look to see if they can save you money. That's your downside. Your upside, saving money. So think about it. I think the juice is worth the squeeze. CarltonInsurance.net or call 314-961-4800.
800. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you on the program. Mike Claiborne giving the background on the story of the gentleman who charged Nolan Arenado following the game, winning an autograph, but then he was taken out by the authorities, and then Nolan Arenado gave a thumbs up. Mike Claiborne was right there to see it all happen. He is going to give us his perspective. Robert Thomas at 10 o'clock. The program's called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. They were founded downtown in St. Louis in 1890. They are still on the same street today. It's where the company is headquartered. They're proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years now. They also partner with the Cardinals and the Blues and now the Stifel Charity Classic. They also sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support the city, the people, and its future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and has a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. Stifel and TMA, that's where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Doug, you like this?
Yes, I like it very much.
I wonder if Mike Claiborne is enjoying this while on hold. Matt Holliday didn't seem to enjoy the Youngry song. But maybe Mike Claiborne enjoys the Coach Spag song.
Glorious time.
Claibs joins us right now here on 101 ESPN on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Claibs.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
Wonderful. It's great to get over with you. And I got to tell you something. You looked so GQ smooth yesterday. Yes, he did. In that Cardinal red.
Well, I appreciate you saying it. I had a little help. My good buddy David Corbett over at Bespoke.
Nice.
He and I sat down and kind of came up with some ideas on what opening day should look like. And I think it worked. I was happy, and that's really all that counts.
Very true.
I like that a lot.
Just in life in general.
So there you go, Bill.
You were right there on the Nolan Arenado situation, for lack of a better term. Martin has told a second-hand account, I guess, of what took place.
Yeah,
You
and I
can be
kind
our
of saw
primary
the
source?
aftermath.
Okay.
I missed the moment.
All right, so what do we got going on, Claibs?
So, as your listeners know, I try and interview a player of the game, a star of the game, whatever you want to call it. And, I want to get Nolan, you think about everything that's gone on since the end of the season until yesterday with regard to his situation. And then he hits the home run. I figured, well, let's get Nolan. I'll talk to Newt tomorrow. So we're standing there, and so Nolan, he's just small talking until it's time to go on the air, and he just looks up and he says, "Oh, shoot." I can use that on this station. And he said, "Whoa." And I turned around, and this police sergeant, along with our head of security, she's a wonderful person. They tackled this guy. It was a Mike Jones-esque tackle.
Oh, was it?
I hadn't seen tackle like that in a long time in St. Louis. And they had him down, and I'm sure the grounds crew had to repair the turf that he consumed because they literally buried him into the turf. And I'm like, and Nolan and I were just kind of looking at each other like, what in the hell just happened?
And was he carrying?
You think about it now. How does a guy get on the field with the netting around the field to protect the fans? So, I attribute it to, when you get there early, you've been drinking all day, and somebody, as we've all heard, I bet you won't. And somebody takes up the bet and thinks he can get out on the field. But that was really a little too close for comfort. And I commend the Cardinal security in being able to literally pounce on that situation, and pounce they did. But it was we just don't see that in St. Louis. You'll see a guy run through the outfield, and you get a couple of security guards to try and chase him, and then he runs out of breath, and then he just finally falls out, and they carry him off to a big cheer. This was a little bit more serious.
Was he carrying an Arenado? Did he have an Arenado jersey on, or was he carrying one?
You know what? I'm not sure, Martin. I mean, he was kind of covered up with humanity, so it was kind of hard to see what he was wearing.
Covered up with humanity. I like that.
And the only reason I asked Claibs because there was, and Arenado said in the postgames, I asked him about it. He said, yeah, he had my jersey. There's a shot, and one of our listeners texted in during the curtain call when he came out, cupped his ear to the crowd. A fan is leaning over the dugout holding an Arenado jersey, and we were trying to figure out if it was the same guy.
Well, I to be honest with you, I don't know. I was just watching him be part of. He was part of almost the fertilizer for the grass.
Oh gosh, it's getting worse.
There were two people in security that quelled that situation rather quickly, and I'm sure they went over how did this guy even get on the field considering the netting. But it was kind of one of those concerning moments. And Nolan gave them props in the post game interview about the great security and how they handled it. Because in the old days, a guy get out on the field, a player, or if it was a hockey game, a hockey player, well, we don't need security, we can take care of this.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And the next thing you know, they hold a charity golf tournament for a guy because he can't work anymore.
Remember that scene they had in, was it Kansas City or Chicago, where a couple fans ran up and
That was on the south side of Chicago,
beat up the
sir.
first base coach.
Yeah, White Sox, yes. A father and son. What a great family they turned out to be.
There's a piece that Frank won't be doing on Sports Plus about a father and son together.
Exactly. Yes, they won't have like soft piano music.
It's a little different. They grew up side by side, playing catch in the backyard.
And together. They'll be cuffed side by side for the foreseeable future. But you know what? In all seriousness, though, what cities have to do, man, because in some places, man, it's like a $250 fine. I mean, there's no real. I mean, the guy probably drank that much. They have to come up with a law that has more teeth in it. That when a guy does this, he's going down for a lot of cash, maybe some time in the crossbar. And maybe there are other repercussions that come with it because it's, no one pays good money to come watch a person make a fool of himself in an area that he's not supposed to be in. And, like I said, some cities are more stringent on that. I don't know what the current law is in St. Louis, but you know what? I'd bump it up by about $1,500, $2,000 and make sure everyone knows who this idiot is. And maybe when he gets to work the next day, his key card doesn't work.
Oh, God.
Because I didn't pay to see that.
Right, no, and you're right. It's serious. It was just so bizarre. I said, this is weird. And we asked Arenado, and he's like, hey, man, it's all good. Well, except he's going to jail, so it's not all good. Yeah. It was just sort of surreal.
The perfect Arenado, and we've all been around him. He's the most cerebral, laid-back guy. It's all good, man, every day of the world. And he just kind of was like, damn. He got a kick out of it because I'm standing there looking at him, and he's like, damn. He said, man, you don't see that anymore. And I said, once is too much. But, it happened, and, fortunately, everybody on the field was safe. And I really give the security for the Cardinals a lot of credit, man. They don't miss anything. And when the head of security has those sleeves rolled up and is right in it, that lets you know that, they're committed to making sure the safety of the fans and players is first and foremost.
If security hadn't been there, would you have been willing to run after this guy and take him down?
You know what, Doug? That's a great question. You get to a certain age in life and you feel like you have X amount of events of that nature that you think you can win. You want to save them for the defense of your family and very close friends.
I'm going to give you
I think had he got about 10 yards closer, I would probably not have one friend I could defend because I might have to spend it on this clown.
Oh, wow. Doug, I'm going to give you a telltale Claib sign. When he means business, takes his watch off.
Oh, he does?
Is that right? That's the code?
Claibs, is that not the cue?
Yeah, that's the way. The watch goes first, then the glasses, and then here we go.
You've had to do that a few times, have you?
You know what? Back in my halcyon days of piss and vinegar, I was one that had been known to be probably just a little overzealous. But when I'm in the senior division now, I make love, not fights.
No,
wow. This guy.
You know what they say, Doug? If a guy takes his shoes off before a fight, you don't fight that guy.
Oh
no, probably got some kung fu training.
No, I went to college with a guy like that. He was from Cleveland, Tennessee. And we were out one night, and things were kind of getting a little dicey. And somebody said the magic words. He said, "Oh yeah," and the next thing I know, here he is pulling off these size 12 shoes, and he's ready to go. And everybody who's looking at, because this was going to be a real ruckus. You could see, and both sides are all jetted up and ready to go. And when he takes his shoes off, somebody just started laughing. And the next thing I know, we go back in the bar, all drinking together again. So I don't know. Maybe shoes can diffuse a situation.
Yeah, I'm not fighting anybody who takes their shoes off.
I've seen that happen before. I've seen that happen.
Even if you had those skills, wouldn't you rather kick someone with a shoe on than without?
It's like they're playing mercy on you.
Apparently in Cleveland, Tennessee, that must work.
I guess.
I don't know about certain other zip codes, but apparently in Cleveland, Tennessee, it would work.
Claibs, we talked to you at the beginning of spring training when the show was down there. You were there the whole time. Any big takeaway by the end of it? I know folks are sort of down on this squad collectively, I think around town and around the league. Anything that changed your opinion by the end of the camp?
Oh, yeah. And, I'm a little surprised when I hear that people are down. I think they're confused because they don't know what this team is. Okay, And so when you're not sure, you have a sense of negativity. I look at this team as one that they put a lot of work in. I saw more attention to detail in this spring training from coaches and players, and who comes early and who stays late, and with a purpose. You can get in a batting cage and take 500 swings, but if you're making 499 swings the wrong way, so what good is it? I think that this is a team, man, that we just need to pay close attention to. They're going to grow. They're going to have a moment or two, but it won't be because of lack of commitment. It won't be lack of being prepared. I think Ollie and his staff have done a phenomenal job in a lot of different ways in teaching the young players and giving them confidence and saying, hey, you're going to play a lot. Be ready to go. And I think the players have, from about 10 to 12 days ago, really started to come together and figure out, hey, you know what? Let's just show up and see what happens. I mean, because we don't have the marquee players of yesteryear that are league known other than Arenado. Everybody else are just guys that people say, well, who is this guy and where did he come from? And I think they're at a point now where they're going to raise their hand. I'm Mason Wynn. I'm Jordan Walker. I'm Ryan Helsley. They're going to be able to go down that line and say, this is who I am, and because this is what I do, and I do it pretty good.
They swung the bat certainly well yesterday. Obviously, very, very small sample size, but they only struck out 5 times. They seem to be swinging a little earlier in the count. Guys going to the opposite field. Maybe that's going to be a theme this year.
You know what, Doug? I agree with you. And here's the other thing. I saw some really good at-bats late in the game, where, we'd strike out in situations. I saw a Walker and Wynn and Victor Scott sit on pitches and not swing at it they would have gotten themselves out with last year. Drawing walks, passing it on, making sure they didn't take themselves out of an inning. And that's something we didn't see a lot last year. Guys were like, 2 strikes, they'll just swing anyway. I didn't see it yesterday. And again, like you said, it's a small sample size. But this is something that I started to see, like I said, within the last 10 games of the spring, where guys really kind of had more of an idea. I would suggest if you ever get a chance to visit with Brant Brown, the hitting coach, he's a new vintage. Let's just put it that way, as far as just his approach and how he takes things on. And he's not a sergeant striker or anything where he's going to be a rah-rah yelling guy, but he's going to also make guys accountable. And what are you here for?
Yeah, I know. I was noticing he was positioned right next to Ollie throughout the game, and they were talking it over throughout the game. I apologize for cutting you off there, Claibs. Hey, real quickly, you're talking about great at-bats. One of my favorite at-bats of the game yesterday was Herrera's in the 8th inning, a 10-pitch at-bat.
Yeah. And
he laid off to draw the walk. I mean, that was impressive,
And you know what, Tim? That's what I'm talking about. The guys had started to do this in the spring, and they're carrying it over. And now, remember, they're having at-bats against guys who really can pitch compared to guys who, were career AA pitchers, in Florida. So these are guys that are brought in for these situations, and for them to deal with them in the manner that they did, I think says a lot about their growth, their patience. They're willing to learn and listen, and that's something that, you can build on.
Yeah, I mean,
let's face it, good hitting is contagious.
And in two hitters earlier, we saw Arenado do that against Griffin Jacks, a guy who threw 97 on that home run. You were talking it over with him. You have a close relationship with him. We talked about this at the outset of the show, and I think this is something he said along the lines to you and also MLB Network and what Martin was citing in the post-game scrum in the clubhouse. That ovation from the crowd when he got out of the truck, that really meant something to him, and I think you saw that carry over to the curtain call and him putting his hand to his ear, because I think maybe in the back of his mind he wasn't sure what kind of reception he got, and I think that really meant something to Nolan Arenado yesterday. You get any vibe on that?
I agree with you, Tim. I think it was one of those moments where I want to say all is forgiven because he didn't do anything, okay?
Right.
It's just because he had a contract that the team wanted to try and move. He was a pro and has been a pro about this situation from day one. And I think basically for the fans to let him know you're still one of us said a lot. You think about the largest ovations yesterday was Ozzie, of course, Arenado, and Harrison Bader.
Yeah, Harrison Bader. We didn't mention that one. Yeah.
And so I had a chance to spend some time with Harrison, and he said this is why people like being in St. Louis. And he was taken by it. He said, man, I've come here multiple times, but never have I heard something like that. And his mother even complimented the Cardinal fans about the fact that she appreciated how they treated her son. And I said, yeah, man, you can get 2 hits any day of the week when you play us as long as we have one more run. That's all I care about.
Yeah,
That's all I
saw
care about.
Twins teammates reacting to that, too, and he got those ovations. Mike Claiborne back on the call tomorrow. Cardinals with the off day today. Great way to start the season in a wide variety of ways yesterday. Claibs, thank you for the first-hand report from the post-game festivities with Nolan Arenado yesterday.
I wish it was more exciting, but I'm glad everybody is safe and sound.
Amen. That's the name of the game.
Almost. I hope this guy wakes up with a huge headache.
Oh, no.
Drinking and whatever else happens. Grass can hurt, man, if you get hit, if you get buried in it far enough.
And he did get buried. He did. Claib's always going to talk it over with the man. Thanks so much.
All right, man. You guys have a great weekend.
You too. That's Mike Claiborne with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Martin wants to tell us about Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsored the email today, coming up in about an hour. Robert Thomas at 10 o'clock. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, 10:45.
St. Louis-based company since 1904. That was Doug's first year at the 4 Fox. 1904, a long time ago. They continue to be the leaders in the HVAC industry, and they continue to be a family-owned operation. It's going to be in the 80s today. It's crazy around here. You probably had the heat on a week ago. You'll have the AC on this weekend. Make sure your HVAC unit is up to speed. If not, designairservice.com is the website where you can set up that appointment, get a tune-up before summer arrives. Any issues, those technicians are well-trained at repairs, not at selling. It's something they pride themselves on. They don't want you to have added stress by someone trying to sell you something you don't need. They work with their technicians directly. Designerservice.com is where you get the appointment, all of your needs year-round. Again, St. Louis-based, family-owned, hasn't been sold to an outside company where they just retain the name. It's Seth Goldcamp and the family, keeping you warm in the winter, cool in the summer, and a friend of the show. We love hearing those reviews from the listeners that have had Design Air out to their home. Keep them coming with our friends at Design Air.
This is TMA 101 ESPN. Robert Thomas joining us here in less than 10 minutes. Then we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Mike Claiborne, Joey Vitale with us on the program, and a lot of discussion on Cardinal opening day. The Blues win in Nashville and Jimmy Snuggerud, and now the decision he will be making here in the next few days. So all of that is there for you to podcast via the Schaefer Door Company podcast anytime you want. Schaefer Door online at schaeferdoor.com. And of course, you can listen on the 101 ESPN app and the TMA STL app, or go back and podcast anytime you want by watching on YouTube. 348 friends have gathered in there. Beagle Man's talking to the Boston Market ad bot, Doug.
The Beagle Man.
Yeah, sounds like a great guy.
That's brought to you by Michelob Ultra, youtube.com/TMASTL. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We're in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
In the market for a new car, go to autoloanpro.com. Doesn't matter what your credit history is. They're going to help you get into the best car available with little to no money down. And they're also going to work with over 50 lenders to get you the very best rate possible. Getting into a vehicle can be a little stressful. Also, the financing can be confusing. They're going to keep it simple. One thing you need to know when financing a car, choose the Auto Loan Pro. Autoloanpro.com, the website. Scroll down, you'll see Robert Thomas, friend of the show, friend of Auto Loan Pro. There's also a free playbook available to you on the website. Download that free playbook. It will explain to you how the credit industry works, how you can build your credit back up. A lot of it is just sort of great mystery. Auto Loan Pro is helping you understand that. So you're in the market for a new car now, and even down the road, maybe the next car, even bigger, even better. You can do that by understanding how it all works. Free playbook, Robert Thomas, all one website, the place to go for your next vehicle, autoloanpro.com. Auto Loan Pro is part of the Lita family.
Glaus. They've got third baseman Troy Glaus. Troy Glaus. He hits home run.
Not really. Not really.
Nope.
Yeah.
Doug, you enjoy this one?
Yeah, it's not
Chairman,
bad.
what a find. These guys, that's standing.
How did we? It's 2009, and you guys just sort of stumbled into this now.
Yeah, I know. It's why like this. It
How?
feels like it's custom made for us.
Do they have anything recent?
No, it's the
One and
one
done?
album.
Went out of business.
You can't really top that. You kind of just shut it down after that album.
So.
Did any blues in that year?
It's,
'Cause
the album name is Rams and Cardinals.
Oh, well, there you go.
Skip the blues. Robert Thomas is going to join us here coming up in a matter of moments. You can join BK and 101 ESPN tomorrow at Genesis of St. Charles for an afternoon filled with fun and excitement this Saturday from 1 to 3. Bring the whole family by for face painting, balloon artists, food trucks, and a special appearance by Louie and the Blue Crew. Plus, BK will have your chance to win a pair of tickets to a Blues home game. That's this Saturday from 1 to 3 at Genesis of St. Charles, located at 5601 Veterans Memorial Parkway. Get all the details at 101ESPN.com. Coming up at the 10 o'clock hour, Robert Thomas in a matter of moments. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day at 10:45. Send yours in to compete the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. What a game in the Windy City last night as the Bulls defeat the Lakers 119-117. The slob wizard Josh Giddey with a half-court buzzer beater to win it for the Bulls. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
"49 years in the making, Stanley Cup is ours for the taking. We got this, you can't stop this. From the bottom to the top, we drop hits. Tarasenko, Braden Sheen, Pietrangelo, these boys are mean. Time is setting up the back end scene, running the ice so fresh, so clean. Sharpen up the blades, blood, sweat, and tears over decades. Went from last place in the whole league to the best in the West on the dig deep. Boston Bruins versus St. Louis Blues, 1970 rematch feud. Stanley Cup Finals going down. Who's the best? Pound for pound. Load your players with Gloria. I can feel a sense of euphoria. One more round, that's what's up. St. Louis Blues are coming for the cup.
Oh, yeah.
My, this has to fire up Robert Thomas.
Pretty hung up. Yeah.
Understandable. Good morning, Robert.
Morning, guys.
Did you hear that nonsense?
No, honestly, I couldn't get past Jackson calling himself Action Jackson.
So you just hit mute?
I heard that, and I was like, what the hell? That was hilarious.
You missed out on the Josh Giddey update, the slob wizard.
Yeah, Chicago. Yeah, always nice to get a Chicago Bulls update.
Actually, I don't want to ask.
How come? So are hockey guys the only ones who get to have cool nicknames? I mean, Action Jackson gave it to himself, I think.
No, I did not.
Robert Thomas, kind enough to join us. Joey Vitale was with us. If you run into him, steer clear.
Yeah.
Holy crap. He's
missed the plane.
He is fired up this morning. We were talking to him. He sounded like he's out in the middle of Broadway. You boys are still in Nashville, is that correct?
Yeah, stayed the night.
Stayed the night and heading to Denver. I mean, here we are again, 3 of the last 4 games. I think it would be fair to say you guys probably would say didn't necessarily have our best stuff. Had a great 30 minutes against the Canadiens on Tuesday, but yet doesn't matter. Still able to win, and this time winning in a different fashion, having to come back from 2 goals. My guess is, though, and tell me if I'm wrong on this, there was a confidence that you would come back, and I think that's just kind of the mindset where the team is at this moment. Tell me if I'm wrong on that.
No, I think you're right. Right when we got that first one, we knew we had a really good chance of coming back. It took us till the 9-minute mark in the third period to get one, and then you score another one quick. And we had a ton of confidence we were going to come back. Obviously a tough game to win. You're going against the same team. I think it's 3 times in 8 days or something. And especially an older team, it's hard to beat a team 3 times in a row like that. And so we knew that we were going to get their best game, and just to stay patient and stick with it, and find a way to get a huge win was really important.
And a lot of Blues fans there too. That has to be pretty cool to know that you got a team that you got fans traveling to go see you play.
Yeah, it's always fun. Here, Chicago, Colorado, Vegas, those are ones that you get a ton of Blues fans at, even the Florida games. So it's always super cool to, there's tons of games they're at, but there's a huge presence at those ones that I remember. And it's always amazing.
What's it like when Monty said we're going to flip you and Shen, get a spark? Whatever. As a player, is it difficult? Do you like the challenge? What is it like in the moment?
It's just a different look. Sometimes, you're getting looks, but they're not going in, and you change up something and it works. And it seemed to work a couple times in the last week or so. So sometimes just different people. Shenner and Jake connect for that Fowler goal, and then we're able to follow it up. Sometimes it's just different people spark something, and I think that was the case.
Robert Thomas with us here on TMA. I'm curious on your hockey intuition. Did you know that goal right at the end for the Predators was not going to count?
No, I didn't know that.
Okay, I didn't know if, like, from playing a million games and being out there, you're able to, like, see plus hear the horn, see the light, whatever the case might be, and know, yeah, that thing was after the horn. What a break that is, because regulation wins is the first tiebreaker. You guys have now put yourselves in a position where it's not just about the wild card. I mean, you're 2 points back of Minnesota. Are there conversations amongst you guys as to the standings and the scoreboard?
I mean, you'd be lying if you say you don't look at the scores and look at how, Calgary, Van, Mini are doing. That's kind of the group of us. And, we're watching. And you look at their schedules ahead and who they got and try and kind of map out how many points you need. And so you do have a little bit of an idea, but, I mean, we're feeling good. We believe we can win all these games coming up. We got Colorado twice. We got Edmonton, Winnipeg. I think we got Detroit, and I can't remember the other one in between. But we're confident. We're feeling good, and our mindset is just going. And if you win every game, you're probably going to make it in. So that's what we're thinking about.
If you beat Colorado tomorrow night, you'd only be 6 points behind them. It's really pretty incredible when you think where you were a month and a half or so ago, when a lot of people thought, well, it's not going to happen this season. And now here you are, just absolutely right in the thick of everything.
Yeah, it's amazing when things kind of come together and we stick with it. Like I was saying before, we were playing some good hockey, just not getting the results. And, we stuck with it, kept improving, and now we're playing really good hockey.
What did you know about Dylan Holloway? I mean, I know guys in the league all are pretty aware of other players, but what did you think of his skill set, and what have you seen this year?
Yeah, I didn't know too much before. I just heard these two guys were really good. Whether it's opponents or teammates, you hear about him and Broby, and great players, great people, and I think just seeing him throughout the year kind of really take off and feel confident and feel comfortable. Same with Broby. He's playing against the top line every night now with Parenko out, and he's really excelling as well. So it's really amazing to see. You always love seeing young guys kind of feel their way in and get confident and grow, and you can kind of see it right in front of your eyes, and it's really cool.
Hey, Robert, I don't know if you're interested in any questions from the audience on the text line. Doug, you would advise him to say yes, right?
Well, probably no.
Oh, no. Okay. It's bad counsel. Here's one, and kind of giving you a little appetizer, and then you can decide if you want the entree or not. Hi, Robert. Buzz here. It just so happens my wife hasn't slept with me since the Four Nations. Do you think this needs to continue? I am willing to not have coitus until the cup for you boys. That's from Buzz. There you go.
That's why I said no.
Wow, that's dedication.
Sounds like an endorsement right there. I mean, I realize 2019, it's sacred. You experienced it. A lot of guys who you're playing with didn't. I mean, you're one of the handful of guys who got to experience it. And that came out of nowhere. It did, but this I feel like came out of nowhere even more. I will say throughout our conversations over the course of the season, I was telling the boys this during a commercial break yesterday. I was like, I think Thomas really thinks they're a good team, but then you guys had your issues in January. So can we compare and contrast what you've seen with Blues rosters and how you guys have done what you've done this year, comparatively speaking, to some of the other teams? Because, hell, that 2020 team was sick, too. It just got shut down by COVID.
Yeah, it's always hard comparing teams that you've been on in the past and stuff, but we're obviously got a good, we got a steady older blue line that really calms the game down, and and then we got a lot of young players that are really coming together and really growing. So I think the sky's the limit for our team. We've all known we're a great team all year long, and it's nice we were able to put it together and have a nice run here. And I think when you have a kind of a mix of that, older, steady, and experienced, and then you got these young guys ready to explode. The sky's the limit for the team, to be honest.
Yeah, are you excited?
Really know how good you can be.
Sorry, I was going to ask you about the young guys that we're starting to see more of. Bolduc has exploded in the last couple of months, and then Dvorsky gets to play. Snuggerud could be next. And as a guy who's going to be here, centering with the Blues for a while, what's your excitement level about that next wave?
Yeah, really excited. We've been waiting for these guys the last little bit, and now we're in a good place to bring them along, and really excited to see what they can do.
At age 25, you're starting to feel like one of the old guys now?
Not yet.
Not there. No, that's good. That's good.
Nice try, Doug. Put him in his place. He's a savvy vet that's youthful. How about that?
That's right. Yeah.
Right. Well, maybe Robert could help us then with. He didn't like Action Jackson's nickname. If Jackson Burkett were a hockey player, would he be Berksy?
He'd be Berkey all day long,
Berkey,
right?
but Berksy.
Berkey. Am I right, Robert?
Yeah, definitely be Berkey.
Yeah, be Berkey.
I like Action Jackson though.
There, stick with it. There you go. Carl Weathers and Vanity.
Just say AJ.
Oh, Action Jackson.
I just hate that he came up with it himself.
Yeah, that's really that doesn't play well.
When you're a fourth line grinder like me, who's just out there to scrap, you get these nicknames about that action.
Oh, you truly are a WTF
energy guy.
That's right. I'll drop the mittens.
Oh, really?
Like that. Robert Thomas with us here on Friday, talking it over as the Blues head to Colorado, taking on another red hot team, also 8-1-1 in their last 10. Kings on the heater too. Teams playing some good hockey as we head down the stretch run with the Stanley Cup playoffs in the crosshairs. Robert, always appreciate the time, man. Best of luck in Denver tomorrow. We'll look forward to talking again next week.
All right, guys. We'll see you next week.
All right, man. That's Robert Thomas with us here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines, giving us his perspective on the festivities last night. And Jackson giving himself the nickname. I have to say, though, in fairness, Doug, I think I gave Jackson that nickname.
Well, it's like the natural nickname for someone named Jackson. You just call him Action Jackson.
And that's because of the Carl Weathers film, which won Best Screenplay. Was that 85?
I don't know that won anything, did it? I
think that was
Vanity was in it, and she was a Prince project, along with Sheila E. and Apollonia. Am I correct on these things?
Apollonia. She got blown up in the car. Spoiler.
This is a different Apollonia.
Yeah, but it's all a homage. Action Jackson is what they would say when I scored a basket in high school basketball, like with the PA announcer. It was said seldom. Seldom.
He would scream, "Action!"
Really? And the Horton Watkins Gymnasium would be in an uproar.
Yeah.
Right after the coach yelled, "Gerbil in the paint."
Yeah, because we were up 25, What was it? What's it up 25, down 25?
I was 2020.
Yeah, that's similar. We're similar.
Jeez, the down 20, put him in. What harm can he do now? Jeez.
Very similar.
I knew you didn't give yourself the nickname, but I thought for the sake of the show, Robert would enjoy that.
That's fair. That's very fair, Martin.
Carlos Spicy Wiener tried to get a question in for Robert Thomas as they were coming in once he fielded Buzz's. Wonderful. And he says, Buzz, less texting Robert Thomas, more fried taco deliveries to the Fats in the Wentzville territories. Secondly, can Robert explain the NHL point system that, quote, Action Jackson, and why it's more interesting than the association? That's Carlos Spicy.
It's more interesting than wins and losses.
Yeah, sure, because there's more to it.
Everyone talks about the toughness in hockey. I'm going to be honest, getting a point for just going to overtime seems very participation trophy coded.
Oh, boy.
Oh, you batted it away to a tie. A 60-minute draw.
Oh, yeah. How you feel about ties in soccer? Always complain about that. Go, doggies, go.
That's because there's no scoring. I don't like no scoring.
Fair.
Intruder.
Look like Tony Soprano looking up right at Holston's. Guys, pretty sure I saw an MMF situation last week on spring break. You fellas got time on the dossier for a call before the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. It's Chris with Coyote. I would say absolutely. I think, as a matter of fact, we might have to preempt programming for that phone call. 314-974-0101. Call on in. 100 West Dental is where you go to get your teeth cleaned and see Dr. Brandon Pryor. That's right, on Manchester in Baldwin. It's 100westdental.com. If you are interested in Invisalign, use my name and you get $1,000 off. If you're not sure about Invisalign, they have the technology at 100 West Dental to show you what it would look like if you got the procedure. They have the latest dental technology. If you're sitting there going, that sounds great, I don't have dental insurance. That's not a problem. They have a membership plan at 100 West Dental to take care of you. So, Dr. Brandon Pryor, he wants you to come see him on Manchester in Baldwin. It's 100westdental.com. You can schedule online. No need to pick up the phone. Just go to 100westdental.com. And again, if you're interested in Invisalign, get $1,000 off if you use my name. Send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's coming up on the Stiefel dossier. If you missed anything, Robert Thomas, Mike Claiborne on the Nolan Arenado fans charging arrest right at his feet yesterday in the postgame. And Joey Vitale all have joined us on today's presentation. And coming up, we'll have an MMF caller from the Crestwood Coyote.
Is that right?
And the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel. Don't you like this one?
Kind of mailing it in on this one.
Is it a spoof?
Spoof of what?
No.
Spoof of what? This is glorious.
Well, no, do you think they're being serious?
I think they are, and I think it's wonderful.
Something about them only having one album. Maybe it's like, like we did it. Like that was what we wanted. We set out to do. Maybe we achieved it.
They did a song about Spags, and he went 1 in 15, and they thought, oh boy, that didn't age well. Troy Glaus didn't age well.
No, it did not.
It is TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt. Doug, we had a Sadie Hawkins to start today's program, which you can go back and podcast. Dobbs Tire and Auto Center, 101 ESPN app, and there's a TMA STL app. Download them both. In which we decided, do you lead with the Cardinals or the Blues? You got another Sadie Hawkins now.
Okay.
We've got the Crestwood Coyote on the Collier and Thompson phone lines with an MMF from Spring Break story. We have acquired the Mike Shannon, Glenn Close audio, and Jackson also has Hoop Rock audio?
Yes. Yep. Got it all.
Huh. So, and what is the Hoop Rock audio?
The call of the end of the Bulls-Lakers game.
I thought it would be the Texas Tech, Arkansas. That's the Bulls.
The Bulls-Lakers way better. I'm not bringing it up because of the end of that game, which was awesome, but the call of it is outstanding. So before you get all mad about basketball
Who are you talking to?
The people. Don't worry, you won't start liking the NBA because I play a piece of audio. You're the guy, Doug.
Well,
Pick
since Martin hung around just to hear the Mike Shannon thing.
So let's get to shout out Chris Gardner, who had it in his vault, sent it to me, and then credit KG. He's also KG.
That's all right. That's my first day.
We're very tight. KG, who did a little editing of the Moon Man.
John's girlfriend is here, the great Glenn Close. Tell me why you're here.
I'm here because 6 months ago, I co-founded a group called Bring Change to Mind to help end the stigma against mental illness.
3-2 for Fran Curran. He grounds it to the left side. Lopez deep into the hole. Gloves thrown. He got him. What a nice play. Wow, he's playing some kind of shortstop, and we get that Fran Curran out as he starts the day hitting .457, second in the National League. Go ahead, Glenn.
There's mental illness in my family. My sister Jess is bipolar, and her son is schizoaffective.
Yeah, because it's a disease just like
any other. Conservatively, 1 in 6 of us it deals with it. So it's really one of the conditions of being a human being.
0-1 count now on Fernando Tatis, the former Cardinal, as he fouled it out of play. He now takes it outside and low. And there are so many facets of mental illness also.
Yes.
I mean, look at John and Mike and I think.
That's right. The baseball.
Here's a swing and a miss. We can tell you a lot of stories about Jimmy Pearsall. There's a great story that came out a long, long time ago. I remember I asked him one day, this is a true story, he was in Baltimore. We were playing that in spring training. I said, hey, we were talking, and he said something that was kind of off base. I said, Jimmy, you're crazy. And he said, yeah, and I got a certificate to prove it, too.
Fun with mental illness.
Yeah. It goes on and on, but it was just, you could, when she said, yeah, just kind of sense maybe it wasn't the best fit.
Would be tough to do an interview on that type of topic while you're doing play-by-play, though.
Yeah, with Jeff Francoeur at the plate. I mean,
Fernando Tatis.
Look at John and me and Mike. I swear at one point he said, Jim's a little nuts over there or whatever, and I think she kind of winced like, oh, that's not really
I'm trying to end the stigma.
End the stigma. Not the place to do it.
Oh. God bless Mike Shannon. That's from the life coach. Quality find, Martin. You're giving off Buck Swope vibes. How about that?
Shout out to Chris Gardner.
No, Chris
My
Gardner.
senator.
Yeah.
That was Senator Gardner got that for
Yeah,
us?
Chris Gardner.
Oh, God
the
bless.
People's Doorman.
Mr. 3000.
And with I'm going to step away so that KG, some people call him KJ, can step to the mic and take his rightful place. After editing that, he edited the Moon Man down, which is not easy to do.
Tend to his onboarding. Have a wonderful weekend, Martin.
See you, Martin.
Martin Kilcoyne heading on off. And now KJ. Jackson, we have the Crestwood Coyote on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Good morning, Crestwood Coyote. Doug wanted to hear your MMF.
Well,
Martin promptly leaves.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Oh, hello. How's everything?
Yeah, everything's good. It's great to hear Mike Shannon's laugh. Really just puts me in a better place.
Amen.
Yeah, we miss him.
Agreed.
That's for sure.
Good times. So last week, wife and two boys, we went to Marco Island for spring break.
Oh, Doug, that's old money there.
Big time.
That's old money. Crestwood Coyotes, old money.
A lot of olds who can't park straight, wearing their Gulf of America shirts. It's quite the crowd.
Nice.
And we one night went to the beach, trying to get a sunset picture for like the third day in a row because two boys under 7 and 4 can't listen or behave. So we're sitting on one of the benches, and this group of 3 people come sit on the bench next to us. I thought nothing of it at first. Looked like, maybe it was like an engagement photo shoot. We got a young couple, probably in their early 30s, and some older gentlemen, 50s maybe, rocking like a proper camera. So the 2 young people doing the whole nine of, huggy, kissy faces and doing like the thing where like they connect hands to make a heart with the sun in the background, all that cute stuff. And then I noticed they had switched.
Oh, no.
And the young guy is taking pictures of the girl and the older gentleman who I thought was a photographer. So now I'm thinking, all right, well, maybe this is like maybe this is her dad, or maybe this is like an uncle or a friend of the family or something. But they were doing the exact same lovey-dovey photo, so I just thought it kind of odd. And then, a few minutes passed. I thought I was just trying to ignore the situation. I look over, and Doug, they had switched again.
No.
So now the girl is taking pictures of the older gentleman and the young guy. Doing the exact same stuff, like the lovey-dovey holding one person, and the hands making the sun heart thing. I was trying not to stare, but I was, yeah, exactly. I was very confused, and so I didn't really see how that whole situation ended up. But Doug, I know that you are always interested in the MMF community, so
not really.
Maybe you and my dad can go to Marco Island, play some Indian ball and see what happens.
Well, we're probably too old for Indian ball now. I am anyway. But this older gentleman, he must have been putting out some serious zaddy energy.
Yeah, I don't know how to define the energy, but it was an interesting situation.
A little kissy, touchy.
Doug, so hot. A wonderful story of an MMF from Marco Island, the parent hotbed of MMF activity. Crestwood Coyote, thank you for calling in and sharing that hot story, quenching Doug's thirst for MMFs.
I don't have much of a thirst for it.
Thanks, boys. Have a good weekend.
All right, thanks for the
Crestwood
story.
Coyote on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. You can email in on your favorite MMF stories. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
Doug, what do we have here?
I don't know.
Everything good by the weekend. This is Mac Miller and Miguel.
Oh, I thought we were back on a Cardinal song.
You
pivoted.
I pivoted.
James Carlton has pivoted to get to 418 five-star reviews now. I mean, how many reviews can this guy get that are 5 stars for the service they provide in Webster Groves? It's truly an amazing thing. This one's from, do you pronounce it Stukenbroker?
That's how I've always said it.
David Stukenbroker. Mm-hmm. He says, we've been with James for many years, also prompt and courteous at all times, gives easy-to-understand answers, and has patience to listen. Helps to be sure you are covered to meet all your needs. Lastly, your name is on a plaque when you have an appointment. Your name's on a plaque? Wow. How many plaques this guy got?
I don't know.
How many plaques you got, James
I don't have
Carlton?
that many plaques.
314-961-4800. Get on the plaque. Or go to carltoninsurance.net. He's my insurance agent and a longtime TMA sponsor. He's going to save you money. 314-961-4800. You have nothing to lose but the 5 minutes it takes to give him a call. And somebody in St. Louis, right there at the office of Webster Groves, is going to pick up and talk it over with you. It's the best. It's James Carlton, Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, carltoninsurance.net. Well, you talk about the tournament. We've talked so much Blues, so much Cardinals here on the program today. We haven't talked about the tournament. And really, last night, Doug, not much of a sweat with Florida and Maryland. Not much of a sweat with Alabama at BYU. It was given out on the spread zone, and it was a 5-star play, sweat-free. BYU, Alabama, they couldn't set the total high enough. It shipped. Alabama shipped
way
them,
over.
setting up a chalky East region final between Duke and Alabama. And not much excitement on the Duke game either. It was tight early on between Duke and Arizona. They pulled away, Cooper flag going off. But then you have John Calaboy.
No.
And Arkansas, the 10-seed, 16-point lead. And all of a sudden, here come the Red Raiders, who were so fortunate. Missouri was stopped by Dwake, because otherwise it would be Missouri getting ready to take on Florida for the 3rd time in 3 months. Instead, the Red Raiders come back from a 16-point deficit. Jackson, what do we have going on here?
Here's the audio of the final play.
Oh, great. Okay.
Overtime.
Oh, overtime. Okay. Go ahead and play it now, please.
Wagner defending. And now it's Darian Williams. And this is who you want. Knox will pick him up. Williams corkscrews up, off, and down. It's a 2-point lead. Final seconds. Wagner with it. Driving on Hawkins. Firing off. Texas Tech has won.
Largest lead ever blown by a John Calipari team at a tournament. 16 points. Woo Pig Suey led by. Would you rather go out that way in the Sweet 16, or would you rather get beaten by 10 by Drake by not putting anybody in the paint, even though you're taller than them?
The former. First of all, Kevin Harlan, just always a pleasure. I could listen to him forever. He's so good.
Very dramatic sounding voice.
But also, Calipari going back to Fayetteville with a timeout in his pocket is bad.
Uh-oh.
You got to call a timeout after they make that basket.
You got to hit your free throws in Borch and use your timeouts in Borch?
Well, sometimes that's the plan. You don't want to give them time to set up a defense.
If you're like Bama, who gets up to the court so fast, and Mark Sears is so dangerous when he's flying up the floor like that, then I would agree. But with that Arkansas play, and hindsight's always 20/20, but I think drawing up a play doesn't hurt. And, and you're always going to criticize when you don't take the timeout, but if it works, you never say anything about it. So I get from, not taking too many shots at Calipari here, but I would have called the timeout there.
So you want his head? You want him fired? You want him gone?
No, they overachieved in the tournament in a major way. I mean, they started out 0-5 in the SEC. And to get to where they are, that's a credit to Calipari.
I don't think they're thinking that way, though, in Fayetteville and Little Rock and Jonesboro and Hot Springs and Pine Bluff this morning. They're thinking we had a 16-point lead, and we have a chance to go play a team we've already faced with John Calipari coaching us. I like our chances of getting past Florida and shocking the world with the momentum we have. And instead you go, oh, my God, we lost in overtime. That has to hurt.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, the deficit is undeniable, like being up 16 and then losing. That's always going to hurt. But I think if you were to tell Razorback fans when they were sitting there 0-5 in the SEC, you're going to make it to the second weekend of the tournament and be right there, they'd be like, oh, wow, nice turnaround. Having said that, it's still not going to fix the hole in your heart after being up 16 points in the Sweet 16.
Caleb Love had a big night for Arizona. See that? 35 points. He's CBC.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be an NBA player?
oftentimes, if you're not an NBA player by this point in his career, with how many points he's scored, he's like 1 or 2 on the current active scoring list. That kind of tells you you'd be in the NBA by now but you never know. Like
this NCAA audio sucks compared to the NBA audio Jackson cut. It's crazy that we haven't gotten to it yet. That's from the Lord Raider Greg.
This is all on Jackson, the disappointment that you're feeling right now.
You want to hear this Bulls audio?
His job.
Doug, you want to hear it, so you're going to get it.
Okay, yeah, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Josh Giddey knocking it down.
Bulls are out of timeouts. 2 seconds left. Giddey for the win.
I cannot believe this. Elizabeth, I'm coming, baby. Oh, Lord.
Improbable.
Unbelievable.
Impossible.
Magic Kitty. Good day, mate. Somewhere in Australia, Sydney or Melbourne, Paul Hogan and somebody in Crocodile Dundee. Oh, Lord.
You may never see a wilder sequence than you just saw in the final 10 seconds. And Josh Giddey from down under beats the Lakers at the Horn.
I think they oversold it. I love the call, but they oversold it.
The finish was wild.
But
yes.
it's a guy hitting a half-court shot. They do that all the time.
No, but you're missing some context of like they stealing inbounds. The way that it all happened in the final minute was insanity. But yes, it was probably overdone. But the Bulls broadcast, I'm a league pass guy, so you get to listen to other teams' broadcasts. You can pick what broadcast. The Bulls broadcast is really funny because they spend most of the game complaining about the referees.
You feel differently now that you have that context?
Well, I've seen the video here a few times, and it's a nice shot, a running three-pointer from half court, but those guys hit those shots somewhat on the regular.
Right, I think it's more about...
Rant and rave like, I can't believe the most miracle finish you've ever seen.
Well, the last... You should watch the whole final.
Well,
don't tell me what to do. I know, you're right.
Come on now.
You're right.
Send your emails in. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today is coming your way. This is TMA. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals open up their 2025 campaign with a little victory over the Minnesota Twins, 5-3. Off today, but they're looking forward to a game on Saturday against the Twins at 1:15. Eric Fetty will toe the slab in that game. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Loverboy, 83?
Don't know the years 10.
I don't. Boy, 84 is live. I don't think it's 81. I'm going to go 83 to get me 82 and 84. That's where I am.
Okay.
No, 81? Oh!
That doesn't count, though.
No!
Here's the only year you need to know, and that's 2025. That's a good year to go to Collier & Thompson and get your home spruced up. It is your go-to source for every design consideration. Kind of hard to know who to trust to be in your home and who's going to be there every day consistently, who's going to back up their work, who's going to keep things clean. Collier & Thompson stands behind every job that they do during the process. They are always available for you. They want to make sure you are happy from start to finish of your project. The Collier & Thompson team cares about the work that they produce. For them, it's more than just a job. They take pride in the work that they do. Collier & Thompson's core values are summed up by simply doing the right thing for the customer. All their carpenters and subcontractors take care of a customer's home the same as if it was their own. They've got great appliances, high-end appliances there. Maybe you're not looking to redo the entire kitchen. You don't have the budget for that. You don't have the time or the energy to clear out the entire kitchen. You just want to do appliance or two. They've got the Bosch, Thermador, Wolf, Sub-Zero, all the top appliances. They do fantastic work at Collier & Thompson. Go to their website at collierandthompson.com. Look at some of the before and after pictures. Really incredible that the work that these people have done over the years. And over the years, I mean, they've been in business since the 1950s. Collier & Thompson on Manchester and Vaughn. Next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Oh! And the JV golf coach is your winner for the month of March. Dominating performance. Doug, would you say that him winning by a comfortable amount is an indication of his strength or the parity that the email of the day now has as we celebrate our 5th month on 101 ESPN today, and so many texts celebrating it.
Well, I don't know.
9 different winners this month. 9.
Yeah.
That's the parity
for you.
That reaching more people brings to this competition.
It's either parody or people changing their names.
Oh!
Could be that, too.
Self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. Don't think, just stink. Where's Wet Pink? Jimmy Stronglegs, Kermit the Bong, Misty Plops, Carlos Spicy Wiener, British and Landfill, Fume Huffer, and Buck Swope. A month in which Buck Swope only wins 1. Is that an indication of Buck Swope having a bad month? Or is that showing that the strength of the email of the day has gotten so much improved?
Maybe we're just tired of Buck Swope.
Wow.
I don't know. Is that not it? Didn't mean to floor you with that.
Dash Doug Vaughn there.
Have fun.
I don't
Buck
know.
Swope is coming for you now.
I'd like to see other people emerge.
All right, maybe you're going to have one right
but
here.
I appreciate his dedication and the daily emails that he sends in.
Mrs. Janny Shanahan has this one. Jackson or KJ, whomever this finds, I just wanted to check in and see if I should have received the email with the waiver for the Post Malone tickets I won a few months back in trivia. I know the show is still a bit away, so not a rush to get them. But I know the last time I won something, there was an email waiver I had to fill out. I didn't receive that this time around. Just wanted to follow up and see if I should have received it. Or if it comes closer to the show and tickets are distributed. Thanks. Stay cute. That's from Mrs. Janny Shanahan.
Okay.
Doug.
Mrs. Janny Shanahan.
You see the date sent on that?
Doug?
What was the date on it?
January 12th.
January 12th.
Oh, gosh.
Ripped from today's headlines.
We haven't gotten him the tickets yet. Well, be patient, my man. Mail moves slowly.
Tim is the absolute best. That's it. This is Kevin Miller.
Give me that thing.
That's a good catch. You caught a little on the heel, I feel like.
He pulled it away from me. Kevin Miller.
So, yeah. Are we just going to act like that CC call wasn't BS and an absolute bore? Why did he think that deserved to be in all of our ear holes? He's a horse's ass for doing it.
I don't know.
It's the 8:30 record. What are we talking about there?
CC Sabathia called in?
No.
He sent that in right after
Crestwood Coyote.
the Marco Island. Yeah,
well,
the Marco
he's
Island.
Not, I mean, I like Crestwood Coyote a lot, but he's not worthy of like shorthand like that. Not worthy is the wrong word. He's not known well enough.
We want people to feel free to call in and share their MMF stories.
100%.
We don't want to discourage that.
Right. Yeah. And this one involved a bit of a May-December gay romance.
That's correct.
It's very, very common.
And we don't kink shame, so it doesn't matter.
No, well, I do.
I'm convinced that someone has a TMA voodoo doll, and every time you guys do a remote, they're just poking the bejesus out of that thing. Somewhere out there, evil David Letterman, or that disgruntled dude who used to piss in the floor drain, was really going to town on that doll yesterday. How else do you explain the fact that your desk did an impression of Humpty Dumpty in the middle of the show? I've seen third-grade science fair projects with more structural integrity than that flimsy dais, which was apparently being held together with Scotch tape. And could someone please explain the curious choice for you guys to do the first 3 hours of yesterday's show in complete darkness?
No, they had lights.
I wondered about the lighting. I didn't want to say anything. It was aimed a little low.
I felt like I was watching a seance. And the low-resolution video quality looked like you were filming with an old Nokia flip phone. The cherry on top was the echo that sounded like a 1920s minor league public address announcer calling play-by-play of a desk being swallowed up by a sinkhole. By the time a random old guy snuck past security and interrupted your show so he could beg for a date, I was laughing so hard I could barely breathe. Thanks for making opening day so memorable, Doug. That's from the JV golf coach. And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. What you got?
I'll go with the fellow there at the end, JV golf coach.
I kind of thought Kevin Miller brought up a really good point.
No.
I agree with the chair.
It is tough to deny Kevin Miller, but I will be going with the JV golf coach.
Oh, okay.
JV golf coach has won. He's just running up the score like Dr. Tom Osborne in Columbia, Missouri in the 80s and 90s. Doug, minus 1997. Congratulations to the JV golf coach on the win. BK and Ferrario are coming up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel.